Welcome to TopstepTV opening call, and congratulations, you're at the right place at the right time. He's Simon, I'm Garfunkel, and we have an exciting, informative, educational programming for you today and throughout the week. Yes, throughout this wonderful, what's left of it week, we'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, and yes, even once again, that sweet lady who lives next door, who offers you fresh prune pudding again today for the third time because she's old and forgets things. I'm just wondering how much prune pudding this lady has made. But anyway, anybody want prune pudding? So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market and trading know-how. Get your game plan, all right? Get your checklist checked. And, of course, we've got our good friend, John Hoagland. Good morning, Hoag.
Good morning, Garfunkel. How are you?
I'm fine.
You had the good voice. I was the writer. So that's how that went. Yes, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the opening call. It's another new day today. Yesterday is behind us. Today is in front of us. We're going to see what we can find out today. And of course, always be focusing on context, good risk management, and patience, something I lacked a little bit of yesterday. I'm going to work on that today. It's Thursday. We've got some cool things tomorrow. Yeah, do you want to tell them about it?
Cool things tomorrow? Oh, of course. Yes, we do. We're going to be having a special. Well, obviously, if you're paying attention to the calendar, tomorrow is the Marines' 248th birthday. And, of course, Veterans Day will be on Saturday. And, we've got Saturday. Check your email.
Yes, definitely check your emails on Saturday.
Yes. We're going to be sharing a code that will get you your first month of a new 50K combine for only $11. Sort of like any car, any color for $99.99. Earl Scheib. So yeah, check your email Saturday. We want to honor our veterans. We love our veterans, and of course, I think we got Danny going to join us tomorrow.
Yes, our Marine veteran.
Yes, our Marine veteran. God bless him. Yep. So that's what we got going on tomorrow. Cool thing, Johnny. What else you got for us, John?
Well, I guess we'll start with the economic numbers today.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, you do that. I didn't even get to the news yet.
Oh, wait. Oh, well, I think you were probably talking about today. Power plays today. We're going to have Christian and me trading together, almost like Make Hope Money used to be. But we'll have Christian on here. We'll be talking about markets, looking for opportunities. I'm looking forward to it. It should be a fun session and hopefully a profitable session for everybody today, of course. And but yeah, again, looking forward to that. It's going to be a fun 11 o'clock session there.
I think if you got Christian with you, riding shotgun, Johnny, I think you're going to do very well today. Great trader.
Good. I need all the help I can get.
There you go. Well, anyway, in the news here, we're going to kick it up a little bit. U.S. stock futures were mixed today, relatively muted on Wall Street, with traders looking ahead once again for day two for Federal Reserve Jerome Powell. He's going to be spewing out some consonants and vowels later in the day. Walt Disney had better than expected earnings thanks to its business and some of its theme parks. And I don't know, they make a lot of money in that theme park. Hot dogs and a drink will cost you $20. The regular old hot dog. Balloons cost $9 to $14 for a balloon.
My goodness.
So that's where they're making a lot of money. Elsewhere on this planet, the Hollywood actors reached a tentative deal with major studios to end that 118-day strike. Sorry, I didn't notice. I didn't notice. I think a lot of us didn't really notice, but we're happy for you.
Well, thank God for that, right?
My God, man. Then we can watch reruns again. Anyway, Treasury yields declined following a better than expected 10-year note auction yesterday. And in a sign that investors continue to believe that the Fed is likely done with this long-standing hiking cycle. And our friends in China re-entered a territory in October that showed the data as the deflationary data that has the country grappling with weak retail spending and a slump in the manufacturing sector. Konnichiwa. No, that's Japanese. Yeah.
Right.
Domo.
Right.
That's Japanese too. All right, back to you, John. John, what else you got?
Well, economic numbers this morning. Jobless claims out early this morning, showing a reduction in initial jobless claims. Last week was the week before was 220,000. The release today, 217,000. However, a little bit higher than they were anticipating. Continuing jobless claims were a little bit higher than expected, as well as the previous week. Previous week was 1,812,000. It came out 1,834,000. Use that information as you will. But as far as the rest of the day, we've got talking Feds. We've got Bostic and Barkin at 8:30 this morning Central Time. We have Barkin again at 10 o'clock this morning Central Time. No nat gas numbers today, as we know the EIA is rebooting their systems or whatever they're doing. That all will return next week. We've got another talking Fed at 11. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce this. Paisi. Maybe that's the right way. There's a 30-year bond auction today going off at noon when everybody's at lunch. And then again, Chairman Powell speaking at 1 p.m. today. As far as earnings are concerned, a long list, no majors already this morning. AstraZeneca, probably the highest market cap stock coming out today with mixed returns. Sony missing on both earnings per share and revenues. We're still waiting for Merck. I haven't seen that come out yet. Wynn Resorts after the close. So again, no majors, but a long list. And if we keep a trend in that long list, there may be some effects on these markets, of course. As far as the VIX is concerned, down to 14.4, dollar index down to 105.5. Both of those slightly lower than this time yesterday. And the yield on the 10-year, basically flat to where it was yesterday at this time, 4.5%. So all that and markets opening soon. We've got a lot coming at us.
You know it. Real quick here, I just want to put in here that the oil prices today attempting to recover from its lowest levels in more than 3 months. Congratulations on those. That we had a poll, about 2 weeks ago. 95 or 75. Well, we hit the 75s. So yes, congratulations on those thinking that we were going to dippity-do with the crude. So, hey, just want to let everybody know this Monday, the 13th of November, okay, Krispy Kreme's is spreading its kindness. So next week, free donuts, everybody. Check this out. The popular chain celebrating World Kindness Week.
I love World Kindness Week.
World Kindness Week. And Monday is World Kindness Day by offering customers a free dozen, not just one donut. Y'all get a dozen of these lovely donuts. So here's everything you got to know. Just be at Krispy Kreme. No purchase necessary. First 500 people get that free dozen. So save me and John at least one donut each.
I was just going to say I should probably avoid Krispy Kreme on Monday because I could eat a whole dozen of those things.
First time I went to Krispy Kreme, everybody, oh my God, these donuts will melt in your mouth. Well, yeah, they did. I bought like a couple dozen, and by the time I got home, 6 were gone, and I was like sick as a dog.
Yeah, they are tasty. However, not all that healthy. Maybe they should come up with a celery-based donut.
Ooh. There you go. But
there's
Johnny,
something that hasn't had found its time
invented yet. There you go.
Yeah.
We're going to look into that. But anyway, let's swing it over to our charts. And Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. Well, A new car. No, just kidding.
Wow.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Well, we weren't really looking for a V bottom, but what did we get? We got a V bottom. So the market continues its upside auction. That upside auction remains intact, though a lot of the price action for the last two sessions has centered really right around that weekly kickoff level. And sometimes that happens. Sometimes those weekly kickoffs become magnetic when there's no major decision making going on. Well, I think we saw some decision making yesterday. Even with low volume, we added 18,000 in open interest. So for continuation of this move, we need new business. Did we see new business yesterday? Open interest says we did. So we're going to be monitoring for continuation and health of that continuation today. The upside auction, I'm only giving a grade of a C. I think it's an average. The push to the upside, I felt as though was relatively hollow, but we're at an important level here. And if we start to see new business coming in, continuation is likely. Of course, anything can happen. ACH, as we always say. Moving on to the 30-minute chart now, we have lots of kind of things to think about and talk about this morning. Overnight inventory is long. It looks like we're going to be opening with a gap, which might incite me to earlier activity than waiting for the market to establish some early ranges. Now, there's an example, I think a decent example yesterday. When the market opened in range but above value yesterday, the best trade location came, shortly after the open. So the market was bordering on out of balance yesterday. That push to the upside turned. We had a nice push to the downside. There is a lot of excess on this low. This downside auction yesterday was swiftly rejected. Lots of excess on the low here. The downside move did not hold. Buyers came back in and brought this market back higher. And with that increase in open interest, this pullback seemed like maybe some profit taking. Profit taking ran into some stronger buying, and the market did settle up at 43.99.50. Small gain of 3.5 points, but still market moving higher. We have value overlapping to higher. We have the range overlapping to higher. So the upside auction is still intact. This morning, again, overnight inventory long, opening with a gap. The market is opening technically out of balance. It's out of yesterday's range. That makes it a kind of an open out of balance. So earlier opportunities might be in play here. So we'll watch and see on the open, watch during a fast market, see if we get an opening range opportunity, and then we'll see what happens. So just the way this auction yesterday was so strong to the downside, it seemed. Lots of tails at the bottom here, an excess tail on the profile. The profile yesterday was a normal variation, neutral day. Excess at the high, bigger excess at the low, closing high in the profile, but with the normal variation trading day being neutral, this market is likely to seek new levels to facilitate trade. Seems to already be doing so. So you see where we open, see if we open with a gap, and then gap rules apply. If we cannot close the gap relatively early, the market is accepting higher pricing, and we need to look for opportunities for longs. Even a gap close can end up being supportive. If we start getting back into the range from yesterday, here's one of my errors yesterday was, the market opened and looked higher. It looked to be rejecting the value from the previous day. As soon as the market started to show time and volume back inside value from yesterday, we should have been looking for shorts to the value low at least. It got a lot further. Where did it go to, Eddie? Look at all this.
Johnny, what are those levels? You talked to value low?
Well, yeah, yesterday's value high was up at 44.01. Value low on this platform was 43.90. So when we open outside of value and we reaccept, there's a probability that price will return to the other extreme of value. So we should have been looking for shorts upon the perception of acceptance back in value. But when this market broke, where did it go to? Well, buyers came in the day before down in this area. A lot of consolidation here. This is a supply area. This is a supply zone. Probably should have been looking for opportunities for longs down here because we were able to limit risk. Now we're seeing the market closed well, is continuing to try and push to the upside. Open interest coming in. That's new business, and that's what it's going to take for this market to continue this push to the upside. Good question, Eddie. Good question.
That was John Jones. Thank you for the question.
All right. So here's our V bottom in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, NASDAQ.
The trend line, which we have not approached in the S&Ps yet, 1, 2, 3 points of contact, maybe 4 points of contact-ish. We've broken out above that, but we're struggling with weekly kickoff high. We've been struggling with weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps, but it's been magnetic. I'm interested to see what happens when we get to and find possible acceptance above the weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ. So the upside auction is still intact. We're putting in higher highs, higher lows. The lack of a true test of weekly kickoff high, I think, offers us opportunities today. So far, we've got an inside extended trading hour range in the NASDAQ where we're already looking above yesterday's range in the S&Ps. The grade for both of these upside auctions, which seem to be tiring, but new business brings new life. Higher prices sometimes brings new buyers, and sometimes new buying begets new buying. So we're going to be monitoring for that today. But both of these moves are currently in kind of a C auction grade. I mean, they're average. They're not killing it. Not necessarily falling off. We did add 700 in open interest yesterday. Volume, I'm not worried about on upside days. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. So overnight inventory, yes. Long. Are we opening with a gap? Not yet. Not yet. Weekly kickoff high looms above us. It's been struggling to even get to that level. Similar to S&Ps, this downside auction was a pretty big failure. It did not turn. It did not change market state. It did not run. It did not pass go. It did not. It did not collect $200, and it closed pretty well. Excess high, excess low, according to the profile, and a normal variation trading day. It did settle high. Point of control is centrally located. This market is primed to start looking for new levels to facilitate trade. The S&Ps already seem to be. NASDAQ, we've got a little bit of a speed bump above us with this weekly kickoff level, but it might offer opportunity, and at least it does offer the opportunity for us to limit risk. That's the whole thing. We got to limit risk. What about crude? All right. Crude oil, unfortunately, is coming into rollover. Yes, every month we get to deal with crude rollover, which makes things even blurrier than normal, because crude oil is such a thick, deep, long-term contract, right? So we've got an inside day in extended trading hours. How has this auction to the downside been performing? If I look at the volume, it's been performing pretty well. But yesterday, we lost 15,000 in open interest. The day before, we lost 2,200 in open interest. But coming into rollover, that could be a function of rollover, more of a change in positioning between months than an actual loss in open interest, like long liquidation. It's what is being indicated here as long liquidation, which is not necessarily healthy for continuation of a downside auction. We talked yesterday about this low down here, this swing low, 73.12 being a possible target. So far today, we're inside a extended trading hour range. The auction to the downside, I'm giving a generous C because the volume has been good, but we've been cutting off open interest. Again, blurry because we're coming in to rollover. Already, the open interest in the up and coming front month, January, is greater than the December. Volume, not so much, but the volume is just about even. As a matter of fact, it's a little bit higher in January than in the December contract. Not volume, open interest. We're probably going to be switching over some point middle to late next week to the January contract. So remember, we're in rollover in crude oil if you are a crude oil trader. Here's the 30-minute chart. So, hey. All right. Overnight inventory, maybe a little bit long. Are we in range? Yes. Are we in value? Yes. Patience. Better trade locations are likely as the day goes on. We have that one target down below, that swing low down around 73 and change. There's unfinished business above. There's weak structure. Gap from yesterday. Gap from the day before. Naked point of control. Naked point of control. The visuals are to the upside here. And $75 is getting pretty cheap. You know, I in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, if I'm trying to refill the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and I was thinking around doing that about $70 a year ago, 75 doesn't seem too bad a deal if I'm going to be doing that. Just a thought, no idea if they're actually doing that. But if it were me, I'd rather pay 75 than 95. Yes, we got to $75 before we got to 95 bucks. Probably a good thing. Overnight inventory, maybe a little bit long again. The profile yesterday was a double distribution trend day. The single TPOs that were left in that double distribution trend day, they come up all the way to 76.49. Our regular trading hour session traded to what? 76.53. We've taken out those single TPOs up here. This area with the single TPOs can be resistance. If we do bring some meaningful participation above that, then I think the opportunities will be to the long side. In short time frame, the market is already putting up higher highs and higher lows on this 30-minute chart. So a pullback, entirely possible. But then again, anything is possible. Anything can happen. ACH, remember that. Gold. All right.
Making a little recovery. I'm right under settlement here.
So yesterday, we really kind of broke out. Maybe even the day before, we broke out of this indecision area here, this area of balance that was very indecisive. Yesterday, we lost 3,300 in open interest on a breakout below an important inflection level and down into space. That doesn't please me all that much. I'm giving this downside auction basically a D. There's still a lot of space down below, but it's not bringing volume. And it's not adding open interest. This is an indication of an auction that is likely to either fall into balance or change direction. So be careful. We're already seeing the market trying to move lower. We're back to settlement. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. We'll see if we have any good hints there. Now, there's still, on both sides of this market, there are visuals. These are naked points of control from a long time ago. This is a gap from a long time ago. We traded down to and rejected this gap from previous activity. The market opens, looks into the gap, back into range, back into value. So there is your value area special situation play. The market opened outside of the range. It is driving back to value from yesterday. If the market exhibits acceptance inside value, that would put the the target for coming back into value at the high of the value area from yesterday, which is 1964.50. So we're looking to see if we can spend some time and build some volume up above 1956.90. Everything is a zone in trading. There's nothing finite. But if we start to spend time inside value from yesterday, the probability states that at some point during today's session, we could see a move back to the value high. Again, that value high, 1964 and a half. That's right about my birthday, 1964 and a half. So
there you go.
So, there's opportunity here. The real problem with this is, how do you mark acceptance inside previous day's value? Is it time? Is it volume? It's a tough trade to try and catch, and it may take all day for the market to reach its target price, which would be the high of value from yesterday. So we'll see what happens, man.
I'm liking that. I think we still got to recover here with this big these sellers attacking gold here. But anyway,
watch the dollar. I mean, that might be something to help you with your decision in gold today. But the dollar hasn't been doing much lately, so we'll see. Yeah,
I'm looking at we get above that settlement 1957.80. I think we might see some open field. Run with it, kid. Yep. But anyway. We've got a lot going on here today. Andre's going to join us for Market Profile. Mick's going to join us here with Shoulder Tap.
Big day for Mick.
Big JB. And of course, we've got the popular, by popular demand, make Hoag money. Sort of, kind of. Trade with Hoag. We got Christian and Hoag, and I think D-Time. Going to join us, so it's awesome. I'm looking forward to that one. Jack and Alyssa with Top Quiz, and Coach Jay and myself will be ending the day out with group coaching. So, got a couple seconds here. We'll be right back.
Deep breath.
Oh yes.
Humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Pray for peace.
Pray for peace
every day. Pray for peace.
And we're back. We're back with Fast Markets, and Andre, you are the monkey in the middle.
Oh boy. oh boy. What's up, guys?
Good morning, Andre.
What's up?
Good morning.
Well, you know what? We've got about a minute here, so let's get our monkeys in the gates.
Let's go.
Easy there, Seabiscuit. Just taking a look and seeing what we've got going on here. We're going to be opening bell here in just a few seconds.
Yes.
Andre, what are you trading today?
Trade S&Ps, but I'm also watching the NASDAQ to see which is leading, which is lagging. I got my eyes on that. Tried mostly the S&Ps, but if some other opportunities arise, I will obviously try to take advantage of them, but mostly S&Ps today. How about you? You're doing gold. John's doing S&Ps also.
S&Ps, right.
Yep.
Yeah, we got a lot of folks asking where MP is. You'll be pleased that everybody's missing him. We're missing him, but here we are. We are now open, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
we are now open.
There it is.
Who's MP's traveling today?
Oh
We
man.
usually have four. Well, our new thing was four traders. So, those in the chat, you can be our fourth trader here today. Let us know your positions, if you've got any.
We're on a little 3-man weave today.
And why you are entering and exiting.
Sold.
See what's going on here. Well,
Here, let me get this over
I tell you,
here.
with John giving gold a D.
Yeah, well, hey,
sort of-
Hoag, I saw you gave the auction a C. Why'd you give it a C?
On the upside in the equities?
Yeah.
Hang on, let's watch this open. Let's see.
Yeah, all right, yeah, sounds good.
See what happens here. We got about 4-point opening range in the S&Ps. It's coming off here. I mean, it's coming off pretty good. I was planning on taking the opening range trade, so I'm going to take it as soon as it is finished.
First minute,
it is
right?
done. So we're going to put a stop here at 04.5.
Nice. Same
And we're going to
prices.
put a stop here at 09.75.
Okay.
And whichever one gets hit first. And we already have our established risk.
Yep.
Hey, John.
Yes, sir.
Willie's asking, John, when crude futures had a negative 40,434 OI, does that mean strengthening to the downside?
Are we talking about today?
Good question, John.
Because if we are, hang on, let me double check here. If we are looking at today, we had it's an estimated negative 15,000 in open interest. The D's contract lost almost 22,000, but the January contract added 11,700. So when we're looking at the open interest in crude oil, it's very difficult to read correctly because this is the bulletin. Look at the amount of open interest out into the future. I mean, this is the January 25 contract, and there's already 155,000 contracts.
Wow.
You go all the way out to 26. There's 10,000. The first few months, there's always six figures in open interest. So it makes it difficult to read because when 1 month is up, the other month is down, 1 month is up, 1 month is up, the other's down. It's very difficult to correctly make those assumptions in crude oil because of that. Now, the S&Ps, the equities, the vast majority of the open interest is always in the front month unless it's in rollover.
Yep.
So that makes it a lot easier to read. So depending on, if we lost $40,000 in a trend to the downside, I would say that would indicate that the trend to the downside is tiring. It's getting old. It's not new business coming in selling. It's old business getting out.
I didn't realize crude had that much volume that far out of the curve.
Right.
All right, so we didn't take that. Did we take that opening range trade?
Yes, we are currently short at 44.25, one tick below the opening range. Now, my risk is on the other side of the opening range. Typically, I'll move my stop up maybe another point because sometimes they'll come up and take out the stops that everybody knows is there.
Right.
But right now, I'm just going to leave it where it is. So far, we're in profit. So 44.04 quarter is the position.
Yes.
You can see I had a good week last week because I traded the opening range trade.
I remember.
That was the low. That was the low. This was, I believe, relatively close to the low. So for 3 days, the opening range trade did nothing but provide wonderful opportunities.
Right.
I'm sitting here stuck between short time frame with Michael and longer time frame, which is where I trade. So, I took some decent trades on those, but I cut the profits too early. That's just what happens.
It is, but that trade was definitely working last week.
Yes, and it's streaky, Andre, because a lot of folks are working on opening range trade to one degree or another. Maybe it's a 30-second, maybe it's a minute, maybe it's a 5-minute.
Right.
But the more people that take that trade, the less likely it is to succeed, because you get that big pile of stops on the other side of the opening range, and the algos and HFTs look for it.
Sure should do. They'd always know that. Yep.
And then what happens is, when the short time frame traders find out that it's not working anymore, they abandon it, and it maybe won't work for a while. And then all of a sudden you'll have a streak of days where the opening range is left at either the high or the low.
Right.
But if I had just taken the opening range trades last week, and that's all I did, there was
that's money.
Here's the opening range here. So this is 90, let's call it 42.97 on the high. So we made 40 points on that.
Damn.
So that's $2,000 a contract. The next day, if you bought it here, let's call it 63, and you got out near the high, you're looking at 63, 73, 83, almost another 40 points, another $2,000 a contract.
Unreal. All right, we're still pushing here. All right, we're coming up on 4,400 evens. Big
Yeah,
fat round number.
43.99.50. Is this an overnight inventory adjustment, or do you, Andre, feel there's more behind this?
Aha, good question. Seems like they're always a little bit more behind it, but then eventually the buyers come in and will take this higher, as we've seen the last, 3 days this week?
Right.
That sell-off yesterday really screwed me, but hey, that's how it happened. It was just a good entry to get long.
Yeah. So the one thing about...
You nailed the price yesterday, too. I think it was 90s we touched, and we bounced right off of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So... this might be an overnight inventory adjustment. We've got delta congruent with direction. We're down about 3,900 negative delta.
Okay.
But we opened out of range and out of value, and now we're back inside value. That might mean that the market could pull all the way back down to value low from yesterday, which is by price. I want to do it on my market profile. 43.8650.
86 halves. Okay.
Right.
That's the 86.
We're still pushing here.
Settlement, right?
Settlement's 43.99 half. So we're already through that.
Settlement is NASDAQ.
Now, if Patak were here right now, he'd be asking you what kind of levels you got down here.
Yeah. So, the price has been so centered around weekly kickoff high,
Right.
43.94 weekly kickoff high. It's traded above it, below it, above it, below it, above it, below it, above it, below it. Above it, are we going back to it, or are we going below it?
Right. Nice entry there.
Leader lagger, I'm going to say.
See, these are overnight seller. Sorry,
quicker here.
These shorts, are these new shorts that are getting in, or is this profit taking from the overnight?
Well, I mean, if they're new shorts, they're short time frame.
Yes, they are.
What's your target here, Hoag?
I'm going to see if we can get down to weekly kickoff low or weekly kickoff high.
Say
94. Yeah, weekly kickoff low would be quite an excellent trade, wouldn't
We
it?
call it a day after that one.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's really where the market opened last night. The market opened basically just below weekly kickoff high.
Yeah.
So all this overnight inventory is still kind of unraveling, I think. We're below VWAP. We're tested to the 50 session. The 100 session is right where I would want to get out. We'll see what happens. I'm stuck really between the idea of, all right, this is a profit. I didn't see one of those yesterday.
Yesterday sucked.
Do I take it? Am I am I cutting a fat hog in the ass here, or do I go? Do I stay or do I go?
Oh, I know that song.
You don't have to do a poll, but just tell me, fish or cut bait in the chat. Fish or cut bait. Let's see what the opinion is here.
Well, it's
I'm not putting this on you guys. Just asking for your opinion.
So just checking tilt. As you see scrolling across the top of the screen right now, the free preview of tilt is it's the aggregate sum of all our simulate traders here at Topstep. Currently it's looking around 50.
Fish, take profit, fish, cut bait. Boy, it'd be really hard for me to watch all this and,
what are we gonna do
have an idea of which one is right.
Yeah. I bet it comes out to be 50-50.
probably, right?
Yeah, right. All right, so here's the third bar in the 5 minute.
When I start asking, I cut bait. That's a really good comment. Timothy? Yeah, because when I that happens, man, if I start seeing dollar signs,
I know.
I should probably just cut it. But I mean, we've got value area special situation. We've got overnight inventory on our side. Negative 4,900 delta. We're delta congruent, which doesn't lead me to believe that this is a longer time frame opportunity for this short.
All
All
right,
right.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Wow.
Long at
Voice.
1950-20.
How's gold looking,
Took a
Eddie?
buck on that.
Yeah.
Took a buck on that. 100. See, I'm more or less looking for short winners, small winners. I'm the base hit man.
Yeah.
I'm Pete Rose.
Hey. Should
Rod
be in the Hall of
Carew.
Fame.
No,
So
Right.
yeah, I thought Settlement 2 would be a nice little launching pad, so I sort of put
I like
one
that.
on there. Got out a little too soon, but I'm happy with what I got.
Right.
nice.
What was your P&L again, Eddie?
P&L right now 116.86.
Awesome. Eddie's slinging some size today with us.
You know what I tell you? It's I mean, like this is a new market for me, so I'm not comfortable yet, but I am like acquainted.
Yeah, you're putting your toe in the water.
Yeah. I mean, this is, I don't know. I'm looking for that streak. This is 5-day winning streak. So
Ooh. We're going to put you on the leaderboard here soon enough.
I'm going to get on that leaderboard.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I had a 5-day win streak till yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was
Nice.
yesterday wasn't cool. All right, seeing a little pullback here. Eddie, let me know if you see any leaders or laggers between S&Ps and NASDAQ. Looks like
Well,
I can't.
NASDAQ sort of took a jump out right away.
Yeah.
The thing is, we've got to sort of look at Dow also. Dow Fishers, I'm watching the chat here. Dow Traders, was the Dow the leader today, or was it lagging behind the NASDAQ? Because I know the NASDAQ took that jump to the downside, and then the S&P was sort of wait for me, wait for me, wait for me.
Both the S&P and the NASDAQ left their opening range at the high of the day.
Yes, I did.
Oh, nice run here. Crude making a nice run here for you. If you got long there around settlement,
See?
be done for the day.
John did bring that up in opening call.
It's moving too. It's moving too.
Just retrace. Come on. You still short, John?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it. That's the opening range trade. I gotta get better at that one. You've been pretty spot on with that trade lately.
Well, I mean, and again, it's streaky, but
Yeah. When it hits though.
if you catch it on the right days where it never returns to it, you've got nothing but potential profit.
Runway. All right, let's see how this plays. Right now we got tilt at 50. Get a little heavier long. S&Ps, 65% of shares are long the S&P. Like I said, you'll see that scrolling across the top of the screen. So something to keep an eye on.
That's the tilt. That's the aggregated position of everybody in the trading combine.
Yes, it is.
And in the XFA accounts, thousands of accounts. It gives you a sense of what the retail community is holding as far as their positions are concerned.
A sentiment indicator, if you will. All right, so they just came in and tried to get short. Yeah. Yeah, that sell-off yesterday, unbelievable. All right.
Yeah, and there was some pretty good excess down there. So I am going to give this another couple of minutes here, and if we can't stay below settlement, we're out.
It's just better prices to buy. Come on.
You got a dome up? Yeah, you got a dome up, right?
Yeah.
Seeing anything big there? I can't really see it too well.
Big orders?
There's liquidity. There's liquidity below and above. So I've trimmed my stop to I'm just hoping it stays below settlement.
Okay.
So I've locked in a degree of profit here. I'm going to put a profit target in here at 95.
Okay.
And either one I'm okay with. Because 94 is weekly kickoff low. I always put my profit target short of where I think it's going to go.
Yes.
John,
Just like most of my putts.
Short. Take them all again, Johnny. Take them all again.
Yeah.
John, Nathan Baker wants to know, please describe the opening range trade.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the opening range trade, I'm going to bring up this platform here. The opening range trade is, for me, there are different parameters that people use for the opening range trade. So the first minute to me in electronic trading is enough time for anybody that wants to have an execution right at the beginning of the day to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
On this platform, the gold bar here represents the range for the first minute of trade. So far, it remains the high of the session. When that happens, I have a tendency to look for opportunities in that direction, which leads me to shorts. So if they take the opening range, if you watched, I put a stop in to get short one tick below it, and I put a stop in to get long one tick above it. The stop to get filled got filled one tick below it, and price has been moving in our direction. So if the opening range remains the high of the day, it represents the absolute 100% best trade location for that day. Take a look. We had some really good opening range trades on this move to the upside. Look how small this opening range is.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. 93.75.
93 yeah.
96. So, a $3 or $4 opening range, that gives you 5 points of risk on a range that's 44 points long. If you bought it here and you put your stop below the opening range and you held that sucker till the end of the day, you made 40 ticks on a one lot. That's $2,000.
Not bad.
Not bad. The next day,
Good day.
opening range, the low of the day, maybe 5 or 6 points. We're risking 7 for a potential 28 points on this move to the upside. Even the day after that, it's a big opening range. I probably wouldn't have taken that. It's kind of a lot of risk, but it ended up being the best trade location of the day. Yesterday, day after that, no. Today, so far, yes.
Sure was. Wow.
So far, yes. So if I only take opening range trades for the last, let's take a kind of a quick walk through this. So the opening range trade, we took out the stops above it here. Okay, so let's start here.
What day is that?
That is the 25th of October.
Okay.
A 50-point range on just 7-8 points of risk.
Unreal.
No, this one did not work. This one might have, if you put your stop far enough away. You got to pull your stop away from the other side of it once it breaks. And that's assuming that it broke lower before it broke higher. Okay. Yeah. Here's another one. Here's an opening range. Gets you to about 2-1, but then takes out and then heads up to the other direction, leaving a weak high open, missed closing the gap by a tick, and then we continue higher the next day. So there are some losses there, but the losses are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points. The profit from this one could have been maybe 35 or 40 if you held it all day long. It's an all-day sucker. You got to hold it. And then this one here, again, you could have made 28, 29 ticks on 8 ticks on 8 points or 29 points on 8 points of risk. A lot of risk on that one. This one didn't work. This one we took to the upside yesterday. It failed. We took a loss on that. And then
Hey, Eddie, what do
That's
we got
the idea of the
today? I know we got
opening
a
range.
pretty full slate, correct?
That's the idea of the opening range trade.
You got a lot of Fed heads.
Fed heads, okay.
Oh, we're flat.
Bostic
As
Bark.
it goes here.
We're flat. We got my target. Okay.
Fucking run for John. One time.
What's the P&L, Hoagland?
Oh, $458. Almost 10 points on that.
Nice. Good job.
And it went right down to that 100-session moving average, right down to the weekly kickoff low. And I don't really feel like I want to trade a weekly kickoff low because long above, you lose.
Mm-hmm.
Short below, you lose. Long above, you lose. Long above, you lose. Short below, you lose. It's so centrally located to the range lately, I don't even want to touch it. But now, watch what happens. That I've said that, the low is in. The low is in. But yesterday I took that loss in the opening range trade. I don't feel as though I got upset about it. I'm usually not upset until after 3 straight losses, and then I call it a day.
Sure.
3 strikes and I'm out. But I got impatient yesterday.
Yeah.
It
happens. I mean, at least people saw it in real time here. It happens to all of us.
Yeah.
You can
Speaking
see-
of
You
patience,
see the sun coming through my blinds on
I
my
can
face.
see that. I saw this. Yeah.
Oh. All right, I'll stop.
I liked it. It was very zen.
Oh my God, look at that pullback. Holy
Yep.
shnikes, that was a great target.
If you do
Unreal.
say so
If I-
yourself, Hoag.
If I do say so myself, right?
Nice trade, Johnny. Nice trade.
Right. Hey, even a blind squirrel finds an acorn once in a
Hey,
while.
good start.
yes, it does.
So today I am the blind squirrel.
That's how you see it, folks. Right there.
Textbook tube.
3 blind mice. Where
Is that us 3?
the heck are they going?
Speaking of mice,
What do you got?
Can't wait for
Andre, did you
this.
ever go to Disneyland, Disney World?
I have when I was younger. Yes, I hear it's quite crowded these days. Actually, I was speaking with someone last night about Disney and how chaotic it is. But why? What do you got?
No, I was just saying they had their earnings yesterday,
Yeah.
a little higher than expected, and I tell you, I've never been to any Disney function. And the thing is, at this age, I was thinking maybe we go, me and the wife, we do our own little, spin back the clock, act like kids thing. But like you said, I mean, it's crowded as hell.
What a reverse. I hear the lines are just ridiculous there, and even to get like a hot dog and a beer, you're still waiting 30 minutes. Just to get on a ride, you're waiting 2 hours. You could buy those fast passes and all that, and you're still
that's
waiting.
ludicrous.
It is ludicrous. Boy, John, this bounce in the NASDAQ, man. Wow.
Yeah, right off weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps.
That is wow.
As soon as I said that, I should have bought it.
Yeah, no, but fuck.
I've been to Disney, a couple of times. We was there with my kids when they were like,
Yeah.
I don't know, 7 and 5.
Did you get the hat with the ears on them, John?
We had a blast. I mean, the kids had a blast. It's it's not for me. Some adults love it. People go there on their honeymoon.
Yeah, something like emphasis on love. People love it. Love it.
I don't want to see Mickey on my honeymoon.
I ain't trying to see that.
But hey, you like what you like, right? I mean,
Yeah. To each his own.
Yes, I did see they had good earnings. I saw Bob Iger on CNBC earlier talking about it, and they're finally starting to turn that around. I know they're slumping a little bit, and they're finally starting to turn that company around. All right.
rusty golfer, that's a good idea. If you're going to go to Disney, you go during school in the middle
good
of
call.
the week.
Tricks of the trade.
Went to Disneyland when I was probably 12, and I remember just it was magic. I mean, my favorite part I think was the Haunted Mansion. It was so cool. They have these holograms and ghosts, and it was. I mean, it's pretty cool. There is magic in Disney. I felt it when I was there with my kids too.
When the kids
Even when
were-
you're standing in line, they there's like a theme to the ride, you know, like Tower of Terror. The line goes through like the lobby of this hotel, and it's all dusty and cobwebby, and they give you this whole story about this thing that happened in the hotel, and they get you all wound up. It's I don't know.
What do they call it? The most magical place on earth?
Yeah, the happiest place.
The happiest
on
place on earth. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you've got Disney stock.
I have been to Silver Dollar City, Michael.
Silver Dollar
I
City.
was there's some friends that have a place on Table Rock Lake, which is right near Branson, which is, you know,
Missouri.
Disney World for retired people.
That's where we gotta go.
I was going to say.
Yeah, there you go.
They got toilets every 20 yards.
Oh, come on.
I gotta go.
Yeah,
We
get your calls.
we went to the Titanic Museum, which was really cool, but that's about as touristy as we got in Branson.
Did you go down to the lower decks? They give you scuba gear.
Yeah, you go through like the whole thing. They give you a person who you are at the beginning of the tour, and you get to find out if you survive at the end of the tour.
Oh, that sucks.
Really?
Yes.
Did you
And
survive?
these are actual people that were on the boat. So they give you this card and they tell you who he was and where he was on the boat and his room and everything. And, you know, you go through and you can like see a big stateroom, and then you can see what the rooms were like in steerage and the lower deck. And
Wow.
they have big thing about the band on the Titanic. They played until the very end, and it was actually really cool. My wife actually wants to go back to it. I'm a person that, I go see it once and I've seen it, but it was really
they
cool.
had one of those violins from this musician
Shit right around.
Yeah.
on auction.
What was it going for?
I don't remember.
Had to have been high, big time
I
numbers.
was like, holy crap, the violin made it, but I don't think he did. He just stay with your instruments, folks. Stay with your instruments.
All right, we're starting to see a little upside push here. Starting to get a little heavier along in the tilt. Someone's asking, where's the tilt? Like I said earlier, it's across the top of the screen scrolling.
Mm-hmm.
So we always have one eye on that when looking for entries and such. But NASDAQ just turned around. Nice trade, John. Way to get out. Way to get in, way to get out.
Yeah, that was
That was a hell of a trade. Nailed that shit.
like I said, blind squirrel,
Hey.
acorn.
Yep. Broken clocks, right? Twice a day.
I got one. So now I'm just gonna stay
The broken
patient.
clock.
I'm not going to go looking for trades today like I was looking for trades yesterday.
Well, I'm looking for
Trades
trades.
are going to have to come to me today. I know that's kind of a strange thing to say, but if I go looking for trades, I could have found 3 already after I got out of that position. But they're not my time frame. They're not, they're nothing that I would normally do.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to, stay patient. It's not fun. It's not sexy, but we've got
It's profitable though.
We got some tradertainment going on here still, and so we'll see what happens. I'm glad I put my exit short of where I thought it was going to go because it didn't actually hit 43.94. What was the low there?
It came up just short.
43.94 quarter. Ah,
Nailed it.
oh my goodness.
Yeah, Charlie. Yeah,
Well, I can go home now. I'm done. I got a winner. Yay!
Right.
Nice.
Boy, it's buy every dip these days.
It seems to be right. I mean,
Right,
look at the higher lows, higher highs, excess on the low. That vicious pullback yesterday was so
Pullback
typical
yesterday, man.
of a long liquidation in an up market, and it just fell there and then pow, just came right back.
Boy, did it
A
ever.
lot of excess down there, excess, and then we know points below, but. If this thing does turn around, there's definitely visual targets, but I'm not stepping in front of this thing and thinking I'm going to pick the top until there's a top end.
What are we trading around 44? Okay. S&P started build some legs, as Michael would say. Almost 70% long.
Crude's not doing too much here today.
What's happening in crude right now, Eddie?
Nothing really. 76.27. Wicks are probably the last 3 wicks on the 30-minute candlestick look about at the same here at the top.
Yeah,
So
it's
plugging along here right now.
It's barcoding. Look at the 5-minute.
What do you got?
There you go. Yeah.
Barcoding.
That is barcoding. What does barcoding mean?
A lot of price bar overlap with no extension.
Bingo. Yep. Sideways trade and range bound.
Sideways trade.
Yep.
Hey, quick test, guys. Do I have the robot voice right now? Tell me in the chat.
Not from where we're sitting. We talked about maybe a hangover day in crude oil today, maybe. I know I put it in my notes. I don't know if I said it, but how's your gold doing, Eddie?
I'm sort of keeping my head above water here right now. I'm waiting for another move here right now. But
So you caught that up move for your profit?
Yeah, earlier.
Nice job. Nice job.
Shit, Trey.
Nice job. Yeah, the auction, downside auction process got a D for me.
Oh,
It means it's likely going to consolidate or change direction. That was a good trade, Eddie.
that was a good short to get in there.
I'm sort of taking some heat here right now, but
And here's where that trade came in. Market opened below yesterday's range and value. Upon acceptance of value, where did it go? The other extreme of value. That is a perfect value area special situation play.
good.
Nice job, Eddie.
We got some news here, Jack. We got something we want to bring up here.
Yeah, we got a few things we could show right here. Just wanted to discuss the continuing claims a little bit more. Let's see if we can
How to come
pull
up,
that up. Yeah, so just for zooming out here, claims came in right in the screws today, but continuing claims have trended higher. And you can see they're at their highest level since March of this year, at least. So that goes in line with everything else that we've been seeing from the economic data that's going to influence what the Fed does.
Right.
And in some vitally more perhaps important news for at least one person, there was an individual yesterday that really took some hot action on Maction. And by Maction, I mean the Mid-American Conference. Someone dropped $1 million bet last night on Kent State plus 10.5. Now, Kent State was 1-8. So,
come on.
The final score, they lost 49-19. So they lost by 30 points.
Did not cover.
Ouch.
I need the life story. I need to know everything about this person who's dropping, what do we call it? A stick? Dropping a stick.
Oh my goodness.
on Wednesday night football.
On Kent State. My goodness. Wow. That's, how do you explain that one? Jesus.
Hey, by the way, Andre, how was the Bulls game last night?
Bulls game was fun. It was a close game. We actually got some free basketball. Went to overtime. Bulls still ended up losing. But it was a good time with some good people. Met some good people. Actually lined up some potential interviews down the road with some pit traders. Some people you may know.
Really?
I believe so. Yeah, we'll talk about it after this. But yeah, some floor stories and stuff. Some guys from Cunningham were there. And
nice.
Some are like, 50-50 as to whether or not they want to get on screen and talk about it. Others are like, yeah, they want to get on. But I think we have some more stories. I know people really like those, the discussion we had yesterday. So yeah, it was a good time. Unfortunately, we lost.
Rats.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, I tell you, it looks like we got a good team too, and it's like, come on, guys.
I'm sticking.
You know what I hate about the NBA is like you got all these like supreme all-stars on one team. There's like 5 teams that you only hear like when one of the all-stars is available free agency.
That's right.
There's only like talk between like 5 teams.
The athleticism is pretty impressive watching them in person. You got just how tall they are and how fast they are and the way they move. All right, we're chopping off. NBA. John, that was the trade, John.
Yeah, and it came up again. Look at this. Market came all the way back up to the opening range gave us even better trade location, lower risk, and then is heading back to the downside. Sometimes you got to reload. But we were too busy yakking.
Yeah, it happens. Doing a show and trade at the same time. We got to walk and chew gum around here.
60% say NASDAQ is the leader today. Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for the team trading there. So, yeah, NASDAQ's up. S&Ps are down a little. Unsettled.
NASDAQ. Yeah, the NASDAQ is still higher on the day, isn't
Unbelievable.
it? Yeah, it's having a little bit. The NASDAQ did take out the high of the opening range. So there's that opening range. It took it out, took out all the stops.
Yes, it did.
And now is heading back to the right, back in the downside direction here. What was I going to say?
Could be one and done
Better
trade.
write shit down.
I love it.
I should. I mean, I was thinking. It's different doing this with 2,000 people watching. It's more people than were in the trading pit.
I know.
And with the conversation and going back and forth between markets, I'm like, I feel like Jared Tendler is of course right.
Yeah.
You're playing either your A game, your B game, or your C game, and I've been playing my C game because I'm not focused. We just took out the low in the S&P.
Yes, we did.
So
So what are we looking for down here, John? If we keep
Well,
right on the downside,
because we opened out of balance. Well, we kind of opened in range above balance. I'm looking for the market to get to value low from yesterday, which on profile is a little bit lower. It's all the way down at 86 quarter. So the volume profile is a little smaller. 86 quarter is the TPO value low from yesterday. So that's 43.86 quarter.
Ooh, there goes some stops.
Wouldn't surprise me if the market rotated all the way down to that level. Basically a value area special situation play like we already saw play out in gold. So there's the volume value area special situation is complete. That is done.
Okay. S&P just took out the naked point of control, according to James. Okay.
Yeah, the NPOC from the volume, the TPO point of control from yesterday was 93.5.
Damn it. Yeah.
Volume point of control was considerably higher. Not really considerably. It was 95.5. 95.5.
Yes,
so, all right,
wild.
now there is the value area special situation play that just finished.
Yes, it did.
Just took it out. So we opened above range, a high of range, out of value, acceptance inside value, moves price to the other side of value. So we've got almost to that 86.5, which is the TPO value low from yesterday. 86.5. 86.5. Looking for tilt here.
What do you got?
We got negative 10,000 in delta, which is congruent with direction. Not going to help us. Adam, nice job passing the combine today.
Good job.
Man, I wish I would have noticed that we were up there and reloaded that short.
Yeah, it came back hard, but yes, it would have been nice. All right.
But again, we're trying to stay patient. But the risk was, let's see here.
Here we go.
If we sold the volume shoulder 5.5, about 5 points of risk.
All right, time to jump in this bitch.
What are you thinking about doing?
I don't know. I'm waiting for something to set up. Can't just be sitting here on my hands the entire morning.
Yeah, crude made a little move for us here, tagging the 100 SMA, just getting very close to that. So
Let's see here.
sort of woke it up a little
You
bit.
don't want to buy the dips.
Just a wee bit. Yo, crude, what are you doing? Still taking a little heat here in gold.
You long, Eddie?
Long here, but
Nice.
patience. I'm gonna test my patience here today.
Excuse me.
I'm not
Yes.
too good with patience.
All right, so you're long gold again, Eddie?
I am long.
Okay.
Long John Silver.
Well, if there's one thing that can test your patience, it's trading.
Seriously.
and children.
Nothing like it.
Yes, and children.
You know, we should all have very, very good, big, strong patience muscles.
All right. We'll see.
Yes, we will.
You guys ready for some people that are actually doing very well?
Yeah, of
let's
course.
Let's do it. Hot streak.
Hot streak.
Hot streak. It's hot streak, everybody.
If you're a hot dog,
I was gonna say I
If
don't
I
know.
was a beer. There we go. Hot streaks. Eric Soderholm. Remember him from baseball? Eric Soderholm.
Here it
He at
goes.
the White Sox. 19 days in the XFA. Nice job. Oh, we got a tie at the top. Wenkin, 19 days.
Well
Oh,
done.
14 Gs. You see that?
That's sweet.
That's a nice day.
That's how you trade.
Our good friend Daniel Boone, once again here, 18, making it a 18 day. Thomas Edison at 18. Tommy E,
Beck.
10K. And GZ. I think that's Jay-Z. Maybe that's Jay-Z in Chinese. I don't know.
Is that Jay-Z?
Jay-Z. 7,672. You people are kicking it. Good job. Way to go. And keep it going. Keep it going, my friends.
nice
Hey,
job.
do our traders know that we're putting them on here? Like, do they know that we're giving them a shout out?
Some of them
Do
do.
not know that.
With
Right.
people are asking where Kin came from. Sometimes people take some days off, but we don't find them for a while. But
I gotcha.
we'll find your streak if they're there.
Gotcha.
Mark my words.
So they have to trade the day before to be on the streak?
We try and find them, but there's a good deal of traders out there. And
Yeah, it's a lot to go looking
They want to
for.
lay low.
yeah. That being said, some of the people, it's amazing. They show sort of a monk-like discipline where I've seen a few. I didn't see his name on the list today, but someone with one of these long streaks in their trade reports is making, I swear to God, is making $111.48 like every single day.
Hmm.
So the
So
number.
they must be taking the same. I would love to see how they're trading that. Are they just trying to get the same amount of ticks no matter what, and just I don't know.
Yeah, just that's the number.
Being
Our-
cautious.
our
I
guy
guess. Yeah, be cautious.
Our guy Robert does that. I mean, he's got very specific setups. They're not big, but he takes them over and over again. And you do that 5 days, you're up over $500 in profit. You do that over 10 weeks, you're up over $5,000 in
Right.
profit.
It
I mean,
grows
that's
quickly.
$100 a day.
Yeah.
If you can do that, do it for as long as you possibly can stand it, and then add to your strategy. Add one, and then add another one, and then add another one.
That's what I recommend. I got to see if I can find this person's name, because I feel like if you make $111.48 for 15 straight days, maybe double it.
Yeah,
See
that's
what
what
happens.
we were talking about that on Shoulder Tap yesterday with Mick, with one of our traders. John saw their stats and was like, hey, maybe bump up your size a little bit. You're trading well. The same with this, $111.48. Same idea.
You can do it with that consistency. I mean,
Right.
Well, the key is you should always increase your size slowly and then cut your size quickly,
yes,
right? So slowly over the course of many weeks or months, you can increase your size if things are going well. But the second things change, you got to cut that size much quicker.
Well done. Well, At one lot, I scratched. I didn't like
Okay.
what it was doing, and then it ran on me. So, scratching the one lot, looking for another entry.
Scratches are okay.
Yeah, scratch is good. So you've got
Yeah, what do you
Eddie
see?
in gold here. You got weekly kickoff low in 1967.
Okay. We topped out
So
here at 66.28. Yeah.
you know, looking back, it was to a degree supportive. Coming from the other direction, it might be an opportunity for a resistance zone. Everything is a zone, remember. So, you know, if you can get good trade location, maybe let the market put up a little bit of structure up here and then work that structure for an opportunity, Eddie.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, let the market
buddies, folks. You
let the market talk to you. Let the market tell you, hey, here's your spot.
Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, beep, boop, beep. Hey, if you like what's going on, folks, we've got over 2,000 people watching.
Nice.
Watching and
Welcome.
seeing what we're doing. Welcome, yes. And let's show some like and love and camaraderie. Hit that like button, please. And if you're not subscribed, by all means, get your subscriber click in there also. So let's get these likes up at least 50%. Come on, at least 50%.
That would be very nice.
Right?
Yeah.
I would think so.
What's our subscriber count up to?
Subscriber count 40,900.
Okay. Going in the right direction.
Yes. North, please.
Yes.
I don't know, man.
Oh, look at you. Gee, we've been focusing so much on the S&Ps.
What do we miss?
Look at the high in the NASDAQ.
Oh, the reversal? I know.
Weekly kickoff high. Michael, where were you? We needed you to take this.
Patak would have gotten short as hell.
He's listening.
Yeah, I saw he's in there.
He might be taking that.
Watching from my flight is pretty dope, he says. What's up? 35,000 feet in the air.
I was just going to ask if he was on a plane, and then he answered it.
I think he is.
Really?
Pull a trade off, Michael.
confirmed it.
Yeah.
Please don't.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Casey was asking, where is the patient's muscle located? I don't know.
Oof.
I haven't found it. And then one other question I just wanted to kind of mention here was, yes, he would have gotten short. I would have made him. Where'd it go? Oh, somebody's asking why delta instead of cumulative delta. Because I'm looking at delta day session only to see if I can fish out any longer time frame participation. What I'm looking for are divergences. Divergences are when delta is negative and price continues to move higher. That indicates that there's a longer time frame participant possibly in the marketplace, in the market. So that's why I look at day session only. I can give you an example here of what that looks like. Here we go. So this is Trade of 8, and they do have delta. Let's see here, -10. Okay, so it is presenting is correct. So this day, price moved higher, delta moved lower. I don't want to short on a day like that. The negative delta on an up day like that states that shorter time frame aggressive sellers are not moving price lower.
Hold on. Shorter time frame aggressive sellers are not moving shorter.
Are not moving price lower. There's a longer time frame presence that's scooping up, placing bids, and buying anything that the short time frame traders want to sell them.
Are they ever?
So that's the day we don't want to get short. We want to try and take advantage of when our direct, I don't think call them competitors, they're not. Our time frame ends up way too short and they all want to go home flat That's when you get the big push up there, up or down, and depending on the direction of the delta.
That's that 230 move that we talk about, right? That 230,
Yes.
245 move, the profit taking. Yep.
Yes. And we're looking at this, where's the lowest delta? The delta is down around 10,000, 11,000 right here. And look at all the volume here. So you can almost see at the end of the day where the orders that the longer time frame traders were buying. They were buying here, the volume. The short time frame traders got wind of it. They bailed out of those shorts at losses. They tried it again up here because delta continues to drop while we're consolidating here. Volume stacking up, short time frame traders getting shorter and shorter via delta. And then finally they said, screw this, we're going home. And they got out. So the shorts that tried to sell into those longer time frame buyers just got run over all day long. And that's what the equities have been doing for 40 years. Everybody's trying to pick the top because the money comes fast on the downside. And they just sit there and they scoop it up, and then you get run over and you get run over and you get run over. Look at this day. Okay, we opened delta. Look how deep the delta got by the end of the session here. We're talking like negative 18,000. Yeah. Now, it did come off a little bit, but it still indicates that longer time frame buyers were present on this day. Look at this day. Okay, range bound inside the previous day, seriously negative delta, but price didn't move.
We didn't break, though.
We didn't break.
Yeah.
Right. Now we're seeing continuation possibly to the upside. We're getting a little bit of a pullback here, but this is congruent. Delta is negative 18,000. No, it's negative 12,000. This is so sometimes you got to hit F5 on this. I call it F-bombing the platform because it sometimes will straighten out the numbers. Now it's right. Now it's presenting as correct. But since the open, it's been all sellers all the way down.
Yes, it has.
And that's probably short time frame sellers because delta is congruent. So if that's the case, overnight longs have now liquidated. They've gotten out of all those longs. This is an inventory adjustment. We're still putting in higher lows, higher highs. I'm still thinking I want to find a place to buy this for.
I agree. I was just thinking that, John. Yeah.
Until something breaks, whether it's a trend line off this low, we're still. I mean, we've been so centered around weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps. The last thing I want to do is get chopped up, getting short below, long above, short below, long above. It's worked in small ways, but price has really centered around that level because there's no major decision. The decisions were made down here and here with that negative delta. So now we're just kind of hanging up here, looking to, if I'm a longer time frame trader, maybe I still have more to buy. Maybe I want to protect those levels that I'm long in the S&Ps. And that's where we got to yesterday.
Yep.
The opening range was relatively close to the low of the day here. Market opened down to demand. Where is that demand? Well, there was demand here, we know, in longer time frame. This was all demand in longer time frame because the delta was so negative. So anything down in this area might be protected by those longs. And you can see it right here. I mean, this is overnight consolidation, but it's consolidation.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. And that's where price looked up on Monday or Tuesday. Sorry, go ahead.
No. That was great. I was just trying to check the price. I can see it on the screen, though. 43.80s-ish, 43.70s.
Yeah, 43. Yeah, you're right. I can't remember to talk about
It's okay.
levels.
No, I see it.
I remember to talk about levels. So
Ron's asking about
43.80, 43.70 in this whole area here. Pretty much near our low yesterday.
So if we see that, we're getting long. If we see that, we're getting long.
Then we start looking for visual targets down below.
Cool.
Eddie, what were you saying?
Grog's asking about what time period you're using for your day time frame from the cumulative delta.
So the delta is I mean, you can use it on any time frame and on TS Trader. Sometimes it doesn't present right on different time frames, but I'm using regular trading hours only. So if you're using TS Trader and you want to add it, you've got to get the Tiki cumulative delta line. You'll find it here. Whoops. You'll find it here in Explore Community Indicators. You got to scroll down and find. There it is. Tiki cumulative delta line. So this is an adaptable tool. Install it. Put it on. Go to your indicators. Go to Tiki Tools and click it. It'll come onto the bottom of your platform. You're going to have to adjust it though. So go to Tiki cumulative delta line. Go to sessions. Instead of chart, you want session. You want the starting hour 30 minutes before the market opens. In Central Time, the S&Ps and the equities open at 8:30. So I set the start hour 30 minutes before the market actually opens. Why? I don't know. It's just more accurate that way. And then hit show value, because then you'll be able to see the delta over here on the right side.
All right.
Ooh,
Let's see here now.
We got a heavy short.
Anne Marie is here saying, watching to see if the 4388 congestion zone holds for the buy. But the UVXY continues to run, so it'll be choppy, and we won't have to rush the entry.
All right, we're starting to see the shorts build up here in the NASDAQ. Keep an eye on that. 74% short. See if we keep pushing the downside.
It's good to see you, Anne Marie. Always a pleasure to have you here, and thanks for your great ideas and context. You mentioned yesterday that you had 4362 as a floor for the S&Ps. Does that still hold true?
62s?
4362, Anne Marie said, was the floor for the S&Ps. It seems as though it's moved up a little bit. I'm going to find that again. So 4388 is today. 4388. I am writing things down, but Nobody will be tested.
Says yes on the swing.
On the swing. Got it.
Yep.
Right about there. Right about there. Okay. Thanks, Anne Marie. Well, we got this S&P is continuing to offer lower and lower pricing. We still haven't gotten to the value low on TPOs from yesterday, which is 86.50. 86.50.
Yep. We're getting there. Would that be a good spot to look to get long then, John? Or if we push through it, then get on board and catch it to the downside?
Well,
I guess that's the $1 million question.
That is the $1 million question. Yeah. But as a rule, a general rule, and I'm a rule breaker. I break rules all the time.
A little bit, yeah. We're all.
With the opening range remaining at the high of the day, I'm looking for shorts.
Okay.
Unless.
Oh, because the opening range trade. Gotcha.
Right. Unless we start to build some sort of structure up against a demand zone, a swing low, something like that. But I don't want to take that trade the first time, which will usually cost me in trade location.
Yes.
But at least it gives you the structure and gives you the opportunity to see a level where you can limit risk. Make sense?
Yep, those are the cheap trades you talk about.
Cheap trades. I love cheap trades.
I'm learning a lot from you, man. These last 8 weeks, I'm learning.
Well, I hope it helps, man. I hope I help everybody.
100%. I know that people love it, but yes.
Hey, John,
yes,
Amanda's asking, I'd like to check with you, gentlemen. Gentlemen, how about that one?
Thank you.
Could we be consolidating the 390s level in the ES and gaining strength at the 380 level? Am I seeing this right?
Again? Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just lost it here. There we
You know,
go.
it's hard, right?
To check with us, could we be consolidating the 390s level in the ES and gaining strength to the 380 level?
We could be.
I mean,
You know,
John, are we?
This 380 level is basically where we started to leave the excess yesterday. It's the previous day's opening range. It's basically kind of above this somewhat overnight demand zone. You know, Anne Marie is looking at 43.88. So we're
there.
We're kind of there.
Yeah.
But again, I know Anne Marie, and she's going to be looking for some sort of structure on some time frame before she jumps into it. She wants to see a higher low come in some time frame before we'll look for that opportunity for the long. And Ray, to answer your question, Anne Marie is coming back on. We're working on setting up a date. And with all the people that have been having questions about how options pricing and options open interest affect futures prices, to me, she's one of the experts on that. I'm going to ask her to be able to tell us around this.
It's awesome.
Awesome.
This could be fun.
This could be fun.
Isn't
it always? Isn't it always?
Whoa, little diver down here.
Yes, sir.
We're not talking Van Halen.
Hey.
My goodness, man, it's
86 halves, John. 86 halves. S&P.
Did we get it?
We're getting there. It's peaking down there.
86 even is the low, so
it's peaking. Yep.
So we finished the TPO value area special situation.
Sure did. Nailed it, Johnny.
Really wishing that I reloaded when the market came back into the opening range.
That would have been nice.
But, you know, my dad used to say, you know, fill this hand with wishes and this hand with doo-doo and see which one fills up first.
See which one fills up first. Yep. I've heard that one, yeah.
Right.
Oh my God.
Sorry.
I think we have MP in the
What?
I think we have MP from the plane in the waiting room.
Impossible. What's going to work?
Are you serious?
I don't know.
Give it a whirl.
Holy shnikes.
wow.
Whoa.
Coffee
Oh my
tea?
God.
I want to hide.
Bring him in here. Bring him
Bring
in.
him in. Holy shit. This is a first.
We can hear you.
Right.
Look at this. No, you're not. Is there someone
You're
next to you
above
right
what
now?
country now?
Yeah.
They,
Ask the person next to you what you should do. Amazing.
Can we get him on?
Michael.
We got 4 people here.
Yeah, set him through.
yeah, we're working on getting the MP in, so they can't hear you yet, MP, but you will shortly.
There you go.
Oh, this is a riot.
Can't hear. Yeah, this is wild. I didn't expect
This
this.
is a riot.
Yeah.
So far.
Much better than expected. We'll see if they can patch you through. What is old term?
Here we go. Here's a poll. Should MP take trading advice from the person next to him on the plane?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Fade him.
Fade him.
Fade him.
All right, get your votes in right now, ladies and gentlemen. Who is sitting next to you on the plane?
This is hilarious.
I'm
You got long?
sure he's very happy you're in here talking on your phone. Can you tell me why?
Tell me why. Oh, it's just no video, just audio. Can you hear him in the chat?
I can see him fine. I can see him great in Rendezvous, yeah.
I think they're trying to get him addressed here, so we
All right, when he comes in,
They can hear you now.
There you go.
Where are you right now, Michael? Michael, where are you right now?
Take a screenshot, James.
No, so you're still in Chicago?
Use a screenshot.
You're over Iowa.
Pretty much. Can't. All right. Well, when he gets in here, you guys, we're working on it. We're working on it. They're still peaking lower here.
Well, so far, 75% of the people in this poll said yes, you should be taking advice from the person next to you on the plane. People, 75%.
Fade it.
Wake the guy up. Right.
Well, that
God,
long.
man.
MP shoulder tap the pod.
Oh, I just heard the bing. You're free to move around the cabin.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bing.
Boy, you can straight up hear us. All right, guys, let's get him in.
Well, we're certainly trying. It's
I was wondering why.
We're still looking going lower here, Mike.
MP, can you leave real quick and come back in?
The plane.
Yeah, the plane.
The plane.
He
plane.
jump right in. Talk about gremlins.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
gonna be
don't say that on a plane.
this is gonna be a feat if we pull this one off. So he's long right now, so we should probably get short then.
Listen to you guys. I don't know.
Just to answer the question, my value area low, TPO value area low is on T4. If you're looking at a different platform, sometimes there's some small differences in it. And as usual, nothing is precise in futures trading. Everything is a zone. So as long as they're close, we're good with that. Rooster, good to see you.
Rooster.
Cogburn. What was it? Was it Huggy Bear on Starsky and Hutch, or was that Rooster?
Yeah, that was Huggy Bear.
Huggy Bear. Rooster was on Beretta. That's right.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, much better. Look at that. Better picture. All right.
Cool.
I got long here at 65.20. I'm going to take a small profit here.
Good job.
Pharaohs, I will get to you on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 379 is volume point of control. Yep.
Tilt was short. Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, they still can't hear you, MP. We're trying on the back end. Let's see what happens. I'm going to drop real quick.
All
And
righty.
see if that helps James.
What a treat.
Come on, take me out. Get me out of here.
You know, Mike.
You got Anne Marie on your side there, Michael. Anne Marie says she likes the long setup here.
Well, it's running for you.
All right.
And when Anne Marie talks, people listen.
Especially the market.
I'm out at 66. There you go. Take a look.
Nice, Eddie. Nice.
What'd you get?
Unreal.
Nice quick trade.
Unreal. You think it? There you go.
There you go.
Gold here. Gold
For my
run a little
upgrade.
bit. New highs here in the gold.
That's beautiful.
If I was patient, I would have made more, but I'm happy with what I've got.
So what I think we can do here, if we want to try one more time valiantly to get MP in here, why don't we take a quick coffee break, and then
Okay.
James will try a new link and see if we can get him in there. But it's a weird thing going on right now. So let's take a coffee break for a minute or two right here and see what happens.
Sounds good.
Okay, we'll be right back. We're back as promised.
Yes.
Johnny, you're back also. That's good.
Yes, yeah.
That was quick.
Okay.
Yeah. I said 30 seconds.
You did, you know what?
I'm pretty quick.
You were like 29.7 seconds.
I am pretty quick.
Right
You
under
got
the
it, yeah.
gun. So I'm done for the day, folks. Hopefully you took that run with the gold and got a little bit more than me, but I'm happy with what I've got.
Nice.
Yeah, so here's an update as well. So we think it's an issue with like airline communications not being able to go through to the data center where we actually run this on a remote computer. So I don't think we're gonna be able to bring MP in, unfortunately.
Oh.
However, we did snap a picture of what we're seeing on this end here.
There he is.
It is
Yeah.
a cup of gin.
Yeah. Oh, there he is. Up $600 in midair. Pretty good.
Michael, I got to tell you, everybody was missing you. The chat was like, "Where's MP? Where's MP?
Sure.
Where's MP?"
Yeah, there he is. He's flying above your house right now.
Right now, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
good time.
We'll give Elon a call.
Yeah. Well, there'll be different flights. So like this is a contingency we didn't have. So I think in the future, we're going to set up some way so we can make this happen because it's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah, we're actually talking to MP in the background.
Right.
Yeah, everyone wants to know who we're talking to. We can hear him in the background. We're just not pushing it out to the YouTube for whatever reason. But yeah, we can hear him.
So
MP, do you have any advice for our traders out there today? Light and tight, Michael says. Light and tight, especially if you're trading on a plane.
Any snakes on that plane?
Getting tired of these
MFing, yeah.
MFing snakes on this MFing plane.
No.
There's not a snake on that plane.
Will's looking for your levels, MP.
yeah, MP, stay active in the chat. People like seeing that.
Yeah, they do.
There you go. Keep it plain and simple. Garrick, you get a comedy cookie for today.
Mm-hmm.
Plain, Plane. Air Patak.
We're kind of losing his connection. It was fun though. I wish we would have been able to have him on.
Oh yeah, it would have been sick.
Yep.
Technology, man.
We could put a few guys on the moon, but we can't do that.
Well, I think you can disconnect him, James.
Okay.
right. Eddie, your gold is has broken above that weekly kickoff low.
Yes.
If it finds acceptance,
hope
look
some of
out.
the traders took advantage of it.
Yep.
A little chip away.
Yeah.
Remember, go for the base hits. I got in and got out, took a little profit. It ran. I took some heat. I scratched my second, and then I got back in again and pulled a little profit. I'm happy. I'm done for the day.
Yeah, it very quickly reaccepted value from yesterday and ran to the other side of it.
Yeah.
So we've got a nice pullback off these lows. And what did I say about the auction process to the downside, Eddie? It was a D. It was a D. It was either going to consolidate or change direction. And
gave it a D. You did.
Right now, it seems to have changed direction.
Yeah. Well, crude coming off its daily high. Right now, we're looking at 77.05. Got some buyers back in NASDAQ.
Yeah, and the auction, I gave the downside auction a C in the crude oil. Why is that? That's what I had.
I'm going to try to take this.
And now it's
John J. Van's asking, is weekly kickoff high and low just a name for the high and low on Monday? No. What is that?
No. The weekly kickoff levels they're not related to any particular like weekly range, and they're not intended to try and envelop a range. They're levels that I find on the charts and the profiles, and looking at tea leaves and turkey bones.
Gobble gobble.
There's something in those though. You're pretty spot on.
Yeah, they're just important levels. A lot of it's visual. There's some math. There's some I don't know. I couldn't explain to anybody how I come up with them, but it's just they're levels that I believe longer time frame traders are likely to adjust inventory. Now, sometimes they offer opportunity right away. Like in the NASDAQ this morning, the weekly kickoff high put in the high for the session today, at least so far.
Yep.
So this was a pretty good rejection of that level. Did longer time frame buyers adjust inventory off that? That's a longer time frame question we'll delve into tomorrow morning, and depending on how the rest of the day plays out. But occasionally, when the longer time frame takes their time making a decision or adjusting inventory, this is what happens. Like the E-mini S&Ps, it's the weekly kickoff level is magnetic. It goes above it, comes back to it. Goes below it, comes back to it. Goes above it, comes back to it. Goes below it, comes back to it. Goes below it, back to it. Above it, back to it. It's centrally located. So there's been no major long time frame decisions in the S&Ps that have occurred around that weekly kickoff level. It can absolutely rip you up when this happens because you're looking for an adjustment and a move quickly away from this level. And when it becomes magnetic, it's kind of hands off. I try not to do that because it's a go no go level. If it's above, you're long. Well, if you go long, you end up getting stopped out. Well, now you're short. If you're short, you end up getting stopped out. If you're long, you end up getting stopped out. It's a nightmare when this happens. But if you see it and suspect that's what's going to happen, you got to try and avoid taking trades at weekly kickoff level. And when it's magnetic, price gets away from it, you come back to it. Price gets away from it, you come back to it. I mean, it's a completely different strategy when the profile when the weekly kickoff level becomes magnetic. You don't want to trade at it. You want to trade when price moves away from it and then come back to it. But you don't know that until it's actually already happened. Now it happened Monday or Tuesday. What was it? Tuesday. It happened. Both sides yesterday. Both sides today. Both sides. So right now it's in a pattern where when price gets away from it, it comes back to it. It's magnetic. Now eventually This market is going to get tired of it's not going to be able to facilitate much trade at this level for much, and then it will start to look for new levels. Now, we had a normal variation day yesterday in the S&Ps with excess on both sides. The market is facilitating trade here, but it's going to run out of that. And we're starting to build energy in the S&Ps. We had 1,800 approximate additional open interest yesterday, 6,600 approximate open interest increase the day before that. So there are positions being taken, probably not the longer time frame.
In what market, John? Sorry.
S&Ps.
Gotcha. Yep.
Speaking of S&Ps, Anne Marie called it. Nice call for Anne Marie.
Yeah, that 88 low. Right?
Said that she took a couple off at 43.91.
Well
Good
done.
job, Anne Marie.
Good job.
And thanks for sharing that info.
Very nice. Very nice.
Good trade today. I ain't seen shit.
So again, 11 o'clock today.
Oh yeah. What do we got?
I am going to be kind of make Hoag money, but we're going to be trading with Christian I. We had an interview with him not too long ago, and we're looking forward to having him on here and looking at these markets, analyzing, taking a look for opportunities. And that's at 11. And don't forget, tomorrow Dan will be back in the honor of the Marines' 248th birthday.
Yes.
Dan is our Marine veteran. It's Veterans Day on Saturday. So thank a veteran for the safety and freedom that we all enjoy here. And, of course.
Veteran anywhere, really.
100%.
Yeah. And we, of course, continue to pray for peace always.
Always. Yeah. Yeah. So that should be good. And,
Semper Fi. That's right, Chris Nugent.
hoorah. Yeah, I'm going to give my son a call, and he's a Marine. He was a Marine. And very proud of that. Got to go watch him graduate. That's something that puts goosebumps on every part of your body.
That is cool.
That was really cool.
Where is that graduation held, Eddie?
San Diego.
Okay.
Lacey's saying hi, everybody.
Hey,
Hi,
Lacey.
Lacey.
Hey, Lacey. Good girl.
And if you are interested, and if you don't have to be a vet, but make sure you check your email on Saturday, because we're going to be sharing a code that will get you your first month in a new 50K combine for only $11 US.
Nice.
So S&P's now back to.
No, he's back. He's
back.
All right.
It's
MT
a
is
dude on a
saying that
plane.
he is short at 88s.
Yeah, I was looking at this. Yeah.
I can.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Trading sides from the plane. 88. It's a great spot. It's a great spot. That's half back. That's the halfway point of the range.
I know what he's at it. Yeah.
Very nice. Are you looking at our charts or your charts, Michael? I know you can't hear him, but
Yeah, folks, he's talking to us on the back end here.
he's looking at his charts. Okay. So that 89, well,
This is wild.
89, 891, I should say, is the 100% halfway of the range today. Not a fib level, but on every fib.
Thanks, Mac.
Yeah. Hey, top of the hour here. Barkin's going to be barking, FOMC member.
What time start, Eddie? Sorry, what time was that?
The top of the hour in inside a minute.
Okay,
Inside a
shoot.
minute.
Here
We
we go.
just had Bostic speaking. Maybe that's where we're seeing some of these moves, maybe. And let's see, in about 30 minutes, if you're trading the Deutsch, German Bubba Balls will be speaking. Our good friend Bubba Balls.
We have, yes, Barkin will be barking here at 10 o'clock.
What will Bubba be doing, John?
Blowing bubbles, I guess. I don't know.
Bibles.
Bubble yum.
Bubble yum. Do they still have that?
Yeah, it's still there.
Bubble
Still
yum?
out there. Remember the first time I had bubble yum? I was in Keystone, Colorado.
Really?
Wow.
Keystone, Colorado. Yeah, we couldn't
Remember
get it
Bub's
here in
daddy?
Chicago, but they had it there.
Bub's daddy was like the first. It came in a long stick. I remember getting that like at in Little League. You know, one of the parents would buy everybody a Bub's daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Bubble gum.
Loki is an instructor at Keystone. How about that?
Really?
Michael, I know you're listening. Loki is an instructor at Keystone.
Really, Loki? Huh?
That's cool.
Yeah, it is.
I'm coming to see you, Loki.
Yeah, hook it up.
Have a field trip. Everybody pack your lunch, get your parents' permission slip.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, Amir says Bubba stands for Bundesbank. Thank you, Amir. That makes sense. Now we know.
Oh, yeah, we got it up there.
Mike's got a 4-lot on. Short.
Right here.
Right there.
Right at the half back mark.
Did we lose him?
No, I think it's-
You know, we just have him on mute.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
It's loud from the
It
plane.
is loud. It is loud. I'm not
Check
sure the viewers can't see it.
Check your Cool. Check your emails on Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. Check your emails on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see here. What else we got?
We got some
Some other
news.
goodies. Got some news for us, Jack.
All right.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Let's see what we've got here from Jack. News on the wire.
What expect?
Yeah, not really news, just more observation. Somebody was saying earlier how it's hard to trade the NQ because of NVIDIA pretty much. And this is interesting. You can see for this year, the contribution of the Magnificent Seven stocks, which would be Meta, Apple, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Tesla. That in red there is their contribution to the S&P 500 market cap. The other 493 stocks are up 1% on the year. James, if we go to that next image,
Doing all the heavy lifting.
we're also at short lows, all-time short interest lows on those stocks. So take that information for what it is worth.
There it is.
Market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom.
Yeah, and one more bonus news item here. They got drone beers now.
Come on.
I like this tweet from Willie Staley here.
What?
You're at the coolest bar in Denver. The drone just brought you your third Bilbo Baggins hazy DIPA. Your phone buzzes. It's Netflix. There's a new Ryan Reynolds comedy to watch. It's 2025. You're a Reddit American and you're in complete control.
Oh, God.
Wow. Wow.
That's a good view of what the future might be.
Now, what's a drone bar?
Drone beer. I can't play
Brings
the
you
video
your
right
beer.
now, but it's bringing you beer on a drone.
On a drone? Oh, wow.
Or they're just
And your
testing
potato
in the
skins
video.
and your nachos and your dinosaur chicken nuggets.
That's the future, huh?
You think, they,
Nobody.
I guess.
Yeah.
Who's cooking this stuff?
you think they could drone me to the bathroom?
Drones are so nice.
We'll just drone you a bottle, Hoag. Drone you a bucket.
Here's your bucket, sir. Here's your bucket.
Pretty soon, everything will be delivered on drones. You won't even be able to see the sky.
It's going that way.
I tell you, drones are, killing people and feeding people. Boy, what a great invention.
What a world, yeah.
Okay.
Used to have a drone. Crashed it, though.
Here we go, guys. NASDAQ ES making some moves north.
I got a rifle. I could probably take out a few zones.
I'll take out the drone.
They got a drone or two
Is that a
here.
rifle?
So Pharaoh's had a question, and I promised him I would answer it. Opening range settings on the platform that I show you, it sets it does it automatically. But if you're like on Tradeovate and you want to do the opening range, you're going to have to do it manually. So you could take a vertical line and just put it right here, and then thicken it up. And let's go there. Apply. So then you're going to see your opening range right at the high here. That is just one suggestion for something you can do to put it on. It's manual. I get it. It's probably a pain in the butt. But if you there is a Tiki opening range. If you put it on a 1 minute, it'll point out the opening range for you. I haven't looked at it in quite a long time. I wonder if this is gonna do it. Oh God, it pains me to put it on a 1 minute chart. I don't know if I still have it on here.
Well, John's doing that. A lot of people are talking about this TopStep X wait list. We're getting nothing but positive feedback, which is cool.
Really?
About TopStep X. So we're going to be opening up early access tomorrow. We opened up it for 500 people. If you haven't heard from us yet, be patient. I'm going to post the link again for those that have not gotten on the list. So it'll be posted here in our chat.
So
people are really liking the X.
Hear it. Yeah, that's great.
What do you got, John?
So here is that opening range. Here's that 830 bar. You can thicken up these lines so you can see it better. But here, all right, let me do that. Opening range. Let's thicken the middle, thicken, and thicken. There you go. So if you want to look at a 1 minute chart and have it represent the opening range for you, this will do that. And again, that's the Tiki opening range. The adjustment to it is you have to go on, and your start time in Chicago is 8:30, duration 1. You only want that first minute to be represented. Unless you want a longer opening range, I prefer the 1 minute because, it's offered the best trade location of the day so far today. So there's one way that you can put it on a Tradeovate chart. I don't know if it's available on any of the other chart platforms, or if there's a way to show it as an example on any of the other charts on any of the platforms.
Yes, Ollie. Crude oil just took a dump.
Is that what happened?
Coming off the top here, yeah.
Okay.
John, Chris Kringle's asking, John, your crude TPO starts at 8 or 8:30?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. There you go, Chris Kringle.
8 o'clock. It was a New York product, and the pit hours were in New York time 9 to 12 to 2:30. So in Chicago, it's 8 to 1:30.
There you go. Matthew Johnson, your answer for your question is 11:45 today, Central Time.
Mark, you can come to coaching, email coaching at group coaching at topstep.com, and we can go through all the charts that I know. I'm not an expert on all the platforms.
Yeah.
So, if there's a platform that you're interested in that I don't know, maybe we can bring somebody else. I know Robert's pretty much an expert on everything platform. So maybe Robert could come and join us for those.
Yes, he is.
Mm-hmm.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, you're going to be doing Trade with Hoag today. We're also going to be having Coach Jay is going to be with us here for our group coaching, and I will be with Coach Jay. Let's see if I could get a topic from him and see what we're going to be talking about.
I like Coach Jay. I like all our coaches. I think all our coaches are excellent.
I honestly, I think we did a great job of picking and deciding who's on that team. Good stuff. So I'm asking Coach Jay topic. Let's see here.
All right. So,
Beautiful.
yeah, Crude just really kind of falling back into range here. Stopped short of closing the gap that it created yesterday. Not a lot of momentum here in Crude. That's for sure. Michael, you're out of your shorts? Yeah.
All right. He's flat.
Okay. It's not bad for 4-lot. So, yeah, the price has come back to our opening ranges here the opening range in the NASDAQ, which did not remain the high of the session. Not quite back to the opening range in the S&Ps here. So, but remember that level, 15,427, Michael, is weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ. It put in the high so far. May get another opportunity up there, my friend.
All right. 54, my goodness.
Look at that.
Coach Vincent, are you listening? Coach Vincent earlier this morning said he was going long in gold at 1954.50. I'd like to see that. It was a long time ago. I was one hell of a position to put on there. Coach Vincent, let me know what you did on that one. Good trade. Yeah. Crude right now, 76.20.
Okay.
Oh, boy, did that fall from grace.
Anne Marie was just saying she's looking for shorts in Crude. She's selling pops.
Yeah. Well, I mean, back to where we started, where we were in that little funk.
Look at that NASDAQ.
And the market wasn't moving until we started talking about it. It hurt us.
It hurt us. Look at that NASDAQ chart.
Yep. Yeah, it did the same thing it did yesterday.
I was going to say.
Basically, I mean, it opened, broke, and now right back to where we opened. Watch that weekly kickoff high there, Andre, Michael. Okay. 15,427 weekly kickoff high. Okay. Yeah, NASDAQ is S&Ps have been kind of presenting as weaker because the opening range remains the high of the session. NASDAQ looked below the initial balance, and there's a failed auction down there. But if we do take out the high of the initial balance, the high of the initial balance is 15,432, and we can't see continuation. Somebody was just asking about potential day type. Because we looked below and above the initial balance in the NASDAQ, it's likely to kind of turn into a range-bound day.
All right. James, are you with us? I think it's time for our tip of the day. I think that's going to help a lot of us. And what is our tip of the day? Avoid over trading. All right. Learn to shut yourself down so you don't get caught. Basically, with your pants down on a cold day in over trading, this type of behavior. All right. Over trading can be detrimental to your trading career and is a bad habit to instill. And I know we all fall into that category, but make sure you know what your wheelhouse average is, what you're doing per day.
That's right.
And I've looked at a lot of trade reports, and they're averaging about 18, 20, 25, 30, 15. And then one day is like 245 trades.
Yeah, that's the over trading.
That's the over. That's what you're sending our broker's kid through college.
Right.
So yeah, you know, if you find yourself trading more than you usually do, something's up. All right. So consider that. That's a great. That was a great tip of the day.
Little issues tip of the day is fade Hoag to make money. If that works for you, by all means, I'd be happy to have you help you make that money.
Whatever we can do.
Don't drink and fly. There's another tip there.
That's a good one. There's a movie about that.
Right? Just don't be a pilot doing that, right?
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
And definitely not on mushrooms.
You're getting definitely not much.
Definitely, that would be a trip, man.
Well, one pilot did, Alaska Airlines.
I saw that.
Taking shrooms. I wasn't drinking. I know, but you were dropping pods.
I can't imagine a worse environment to do mushrooms on than a commercial airline flight.
Yeah, not the best environment for that. What if turbulence hits? Are you kidding me?
What if there's no turbulence and it feels like turbulence?
Would
you even know?
Maybe not.
All right, just to recap, checking back in with tilts, nothing, got 50-50, even those equities are both rallying back. That's trying to...
Gold, 60-40. Yeah, pretty much.
You got 60-40, I'm showing?
Yeah,
Okay.
and gold. You know, and I tell you right now, I think we've had our opportunity already here.
You captured it, though, Eddie. Nice trading today.
Well, we had a few people jumping on that. And the thing is, I was waiting for it to get above settlement. 1957.80. I think Coach Vince was watching that too.
Yeah, full disclosure. I checked in with myself this morning after the Bulls game, and I knew I wasn't the most clear-headed and clear-eyed right now, so I've been taking a pretty easy trade. Definitely has been some opportunity, but...
Well, I mean, that's one of the things too.
Could've
You went out, you had some fun last night.
Yeah.
And most likely, the odds are that you're going to be waking up a little foggy. A little foggy. And you got to put that into perspective when you're doing not only your trade checklist, but your personal checklist.
That's right, Eddie. That's right. Got to be in tune. Is ES going back to the high? Well, NASDAQ's going back to the high.
Wow,
Dave.
look at that. Yes.
Yeah, we're moving.
Well, you can't say we didn't have any opportunity. And I'm wondering if
today's been a good trade. Definitely, I'm kicking myself right now.
I'm wondering if this is from our Fed speaker, if he had something.
It was she was saying inflation's been stubborn. I thought it was hawkish, to be honest with you. I completely misunderstood it. She was being very hawkish, saying that inflation's been stubborn. She's not convinced another rate hike is off the table. And we've just been nothing but rallying since she started talking. So,
yeah.
Maybe I misunderstood.
Another thing we're going to have to watch here today. Now, yesterday, we had a 10-year note auction, and it gave the market some energy. All right. I'm sorry?
When did the auction happen? It happens at noon here.
Yesterday.
Right?
Yesterday, we had a 10-year. Okay. Today, we got the 30-year bond auction coming up here, I think, top of the hour.
Okay.
11 o'clock. So let's keep an eye on that. Not to say it's going to do anything, but I think we need to pay attention. And also, we've got a report at 11 o'clock, the WASDE report. Now, you're probably wondering, what the hell is that? Now, if you're trading the grains and so forth, that's going to be, let's see here. Let me pull it up and I'll get the full details on that. But that's going to be at 11 o'clock. And then Powell's going to come back here at 1 o'clock today, folks.
Powell's supposed to, yep.
Yeah, 1 o'clock Central Time. So, we might see these markets moving as they're doing again.
We're rallying.
Yeah. So,
hey, quick reminder, Eddie. Let's we got to get those likes up, everyone, and subscription. Oh, we're up to 41,000. It says, sweet. Yeah, please like us if you enjoy what you're seeing.
Yeah.
Keep growing this thing, keep building this thing out. I was talking to people last night, and there's a lot of people watching this that I wouldn't have expected to be watching. So, I don't, guys didn't see them even watching us.
Hello, Mom.
Are watching. Yeah. People are really liking what we're doing here, so we appreciate that very much. If you guys are watching, we thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Going back on that WASD, it's the World Agriculture Supply and Demand Estimate Report.
Okay.
And if you are trading soybeans, grains, this is something that you're going to have to watch for. The monthly report provides USDA forecasts for the U.S. and world supply, major grains, soybeans, and products, cotton, U.S. supply, use of sugar, and livestock. So that's a pretty important number for those that are focused in trading, trading the USDA products. Oh, you just cut out, Mike.
Sorry, guys. Patak's talking to us on the back end here. We're trying to.
But it was funny because it cut off. Patak said, Eddie, another important number
We're going to find out next week. Tune in next week and we'll find out what Mr. Patak said.
Remember, I think we're still maybe.
Has he got a mouthpiece there or half a pineapple?
I was wondering what he's eating.
We might do something when we get to 50K subscribers.
Oh, yeah.
With the caveat that we will have to hold 50K subscribers for 2 days.
Yeah.
Fool me once.
Yep.
Shame on you.
That's right. But yes, big surprise there when we hit 50K. So share with all your friends, family, other traders.
Share it with your enemies' friends, your friends of your enemies. The lady next door that keeps offering prune pudding.
Yeah, just don't share it
lady.
with a YouTube subscriber farm somewhere.
Yeah,
don't do that.
Those are lame.
I think this weekend I'm going to go buy some kolaczkis at the local bakery and bring her a dozen. Sweet old
That's
lady.
a good gift.
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah. You know, it's funny. I tell you, a lot of places open up early in the morning. These bakeries open up at 5 a.m. Who are these people? I mean, getting there at 12 o'clock midnight and making the dough. It's like, I got to make the donuts, and they weren't lying with that Dunkin' Donuts commercial. Hey, got to make the donuts. You gotta.
Hey, you got me. I'm coming in clear, right? You got me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. My internet's acting weird. All right. Cool. Just making sure.
Modal Soul. We are thinking about something to that extent about something as far as a mental health preparation, maybe a something. So we're working on that too. So good idea. I'm glad that you shared that with us.
Thanks. Yes, absolutely. What do we got here? Yep.
Arson's asking, hey guys, is it possible to find coaches for the east side of the world? Because I live in Central Asia and it's really hard to connect to live coaching we have. I know it's the time difference is really tough.
They want live coaching.
They want, yeah.
Sure.
I know we've got a lot on video. I know that's easy to say, but I know you got questions that you can't ask a video, and we understand that. But as we're growing, obviously we're growing very nicely here. There's always that opportunity that we can do that.
Yeah.
So
we're trying to set up the whole trading buddy system here too, as well. So maybe that could help. If you're in the same region geographically, get something like that. But yes, live coach. I'm sure we have people out in
We
East.
do have a number of partners out in. Well, there goes Andre. We do have a number of partners out east in Taiwan.
I'm the sole survivor. Oh,
I'm here.
Do we? Tell us about this, Jack.
I mean, that's as far as I know. I don't know if we could turn it into some. Maybe we'll talk to Dolby and see if we can get something set up.
Yeah, and a good resource is our Discord channel, because I know in there we've got different channels for different languages.
There you go.
If you don't know that, let me get the link for our Discord. If you're not in our Discord, at least join and check it out. If you don't like it, you can always sort of just kill the app. Let me see here. Let me get that link. Linkity link. Lance.
For Discord, yeah. Our Discord's awesome. It's very active.
It is very active, yes. Here it is. I gotcha. And we will copy that Discord. All right.
Good job, Eddie. Nice trading day, Eddie.
Well, you know, and again, I practice what I preach. I at least try to practice what I preach. I mean, put it in a perspective. Of course, we want to make $1,000. We want to make $2,000.
Yes.
We want to make as much as we can. But if you put it in a perspective, and I've been playing this for a while, I'm happy with my $300.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I'm working here. My priority is to watch questions, keep the show moving forward.
Right.
Throw in a sound effect now and then.
That's pretty sweet.
You know, spew out a joke. But the thing is, it's a bonus for me. You know, it's like going to the corner gas station and scratching off $100 ticket, dude. You know, I come back and tell the wife, honey, we scratched off $100 ticket. And I guess at my age, I'm really excited about doing something like that. But
what do you do with the? Do you put it back into more scratch off tickets, or you take the $100 and run?
No, usually, I mean, I give them to the wife, you know, and then like with this Powerball thing, you know, and it's like, you know, honey, why don't you get some Powerball tickets? You know, we'll put it towards that. We parlay it, and of course, you know, she's the boss, you know. So,
good answer, Eddie.
I'm just an employee here, at home. What's this? Alex says you need a. And then we'll take it higher drop. What's that? What's that about?
And then we'll take it higher. I don't know. Oh. He's got all the drops out there on that soundboard of his.
Oh, yes. I'm working on new ones. Any suggestions, by all means? Arson has another question. Here's the thing, Arson, if you're on that Topstep X, all you need to do is just reload the whole platform. Just hit reload. I know that I've sort of hit a speed bump here. Quick reload back. You're back in gear.
So we got a couple things for you guys.
What you got, Jack?
Well, I'll let you get your bongos ready if you want, because
really?
We have yesterday's best ready to go pretty soon.
Okay, let me tighten up the skins here. All right. You got the skins on a drum.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're saying.
You know, I'm Catholic, so never mind.
Stop.
Okay. Ready? Here we go. Yesterday's best. Okay, here's the tongue twister. Hawasu.
Wow.
Almost like cool whip. Cool whip. Hawasu.
That's impressive.
29. Jeez. My God, man.
Well done.
Yeah, and that's yesterday's best. Rames, 9,000. Beautiful day.
Very nice.
Michael T, 9,000. Beautiful. James T. Kirk, 8,000. 428. AD. And Matthew F, 8,372. Those are some badass days. Great.
They got to be
job,
trading
folks.
size to get those numbers.
Nice job.
Yeah, well done. 29 grand.
Yes.
Go.
Oh, I like that one.
Yeah. We also. Oh, Hoag's back.
Hi, Johnny.
What's up, John?
You mute?
Whoops. Yes, I was
There he
mute. Thank you.
BGB.
Hi, good to be back.
Yeah.
Some
James
pretty
T.
big days there.
Oh, yeah,
James
all
T.
right.
Kirk took a $13K payout yesterday.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Get that money.
Live long and prosper. There you go.
Other thing I want to show is the last. We do have one final image from MP before he disconnected.
Oh,
so you
God.
can see.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
What is that?
This was the question. Is that a mouth guard or is it a half a pineapple?
Or like a half a bagel, or
Maybe half a bagel?
It's a Krispy
Half a
Kreme.
donut? It's a Krispy Kreme. What do you think that is? I don't know.
Well, that was Hoag. I was saying he just went like, "Don't forget, there's an important number. It's and this is the last image we saw."
And that was it.
That's it. I'm going to say pineapple. He's not too hip on sweets. I mean, his diet's pretty good.
It's artificial teeth, Gear says.
Yeah. He buys donuts for everybody else, but probably doesn't need them.
Yeah, I'm going to say pineapple too. Mouthpiece. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 10:30 here, Chicago time. And we're going to bring up Mick. Mick is here with Shoulder Tap in just a few seconds. We'll be right back.
So far we got.
We are back! We are back!
Yes, we are back. And look who we found.
Ooh.
We found Mick. Mick, how are you, buddy?
Great. How are you guys doing?
I'm fine. Andre, you okay?
I'm okay. Uh-oh, who's that in the background?
Oh, that's a puppy. That's a
Got
puppy
the
in
dog
the
back
background.
here.
Nice.
Yeah. You know, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, animals, vegetables, and minerals. Today is a very special day for one special person here who we love very much. And it's the guy with the mustache.
Oh.
You know what today is? Today is his birthday.
Yep.
Happy birthday!
Happy
Yes.
birthday, Mick.
37
Happy
years
birthday.
young.
Happy
Yeah,
birthday.
37.
Thanks so much.
Ready.
He's ready for just about anything. So happy birthday, Mick. All the best.
Oh,
Look at that. There's your plate
Oh, yeah.
What happened to the cake? Somebody forgot to bake the cake, but they just
That
put the decorations on the plate.
Well, that was a fun night. That was Tuesday when we went to Carnival downtown and had our supper club. And I was surprised. Someone spilled the beans to the restaurant. And I got this Neapolitan cake thing that chocolate, what looks like a Dove bar, actually was filled with like a liquid
Heroin?
passion fruit or mango or something. And they cracked it with a little hammer and it squirted, it went all over. It's pretty good.
Very good.
There it is. Nice.
Not as good as these little chocolate desserts that we had that night, though.
Oh, look at
that. Oh, you got like a little fudge bar there.
Oh, look at your happy birthday balloon there, too.
I do, yeah. Brett dragged that through. The dog's been eyeballing that thing.
I was going to say.
There you go.
Sorry for
here's Brett.
Good job, Brett.
Brett just lit off an M80 right behind you.
All right, so with that balloon there, I think we're going to have my dog here for the whole segment with us today. But it will be an exciting segment. So I first want to start out by giving a shout out to all the traders that we called up to live this week. Yesterday, we transferred 13 people from their XFAs to a live account.
Nice.
Puts us at 20 total on the week through Wednesday. We've never moved that many traders up in a single day, and we've never had 20 transferred in the middle of the week. So we're seeing lots and lots of good trading, seeing lots of good traders. And my dog is poking the balloon.
I hope it pops the balloon. I really hope
she would love to. All right, Reva, I'm going to move this off to the side a little bit. Sorry about that. All right, Brett, managing some risk over here. Television risk. Speaking of television risks, Michael trading on the plane today?
He did.
Yeah.
Trading risks, television risk.
Yeah,
I guess that internet's a little bit more robust these days on the planes, but yeah, that was pretty good.
Birthday boy, what do we got going today? We got
so before I dive into all the good trading, I know we always talk about some of our bigger traders in the live accounts, Hughes and Kyle. Sadly, they're down 3,000 today, each of them, but no doubt they will be putting up some big numbers in the coming days or weeks. So just wanted to keep everybody updated on that, because I know people like hearing about the big juicy stories with the large traders. So some other notable shout outs to Nick T. Actually, Nick T, this is a shoulder tap. Nick was up 3,000 in his live account earlier today. Put on some size. That's 3,000 in profits, quickly turned to 3,000 in losses. So don't like seeing that. I guess I'm showing a little bit of excitement out of that. I think that's me just trying to be entertaining on the television, but it happens. Nick's been trading well, but if you're up 3,000 on the day, and depending on what type of trader you are. Now, Nick's not someone who's a 5-figure trader, so it's not like he was at 3,000 going for 15,000 or something like that. If you're a 4-figure trader, $3,000 is a good winning day. If you continue trading and you're up 3,000, and 3,000 is a good winning day for him. I would have loved to have seen him call it quits and walk away up 1,500 on the day. It stings to turn a 3,000 winner into a 3,000 loser. Yep. So shoulder tap to Nick T, one of our live traders. Shout out to Rosiato, another one of our live traders. I've featured him on the trading cards. He's up 7,000 today. He made that in about 30 minutes trading 3 lots and 6 lots in the NASDAQ. Sebastian B up 7,300 in his XFA.
Really?
Yeah.
Very nice. Sebastian. I know Sebastian.
The biggest P&L we got for the day. I'm saving that for last. But
nice.
We're on the second to last shout out I have. Shout out to Hassan up 5,500 trading the NASDAQ. That's a new name we haven't mentioned here today. Someone who's showcasing what they can do. We'll be keeping a close eye on him. Beautiful. And then big shout out to Michael T. Michael T is a big swinger, and he's up just under 16,000 today trading the NASDAQ. Wow. And he's still in the market. I saw he had 5 on not too long ago before I swung over, turned my chair around. So shout out to all those guys. Shoulder tap to Nick T, one of our live traders. And the 3 people I want to feature on the trading cards are people that got called up to the live accounts this week. First one being Guangyao Z.
You know, Mick, real quick. I know we're gonna go to this real quick, but I get a lot of questions here in our YouTube chat. How are these people taking entries? What's their strategy? Real quick here. I know that we do a lot of live funded trading interviews. Christian's going to be on with John Hoagland right after this.
Awesome.
So he's going to be sharing some of his strategies, and he's been funded. He's been paid out. He paid himself out. So keep that in mind. But sorry, Mick, we've got, how do you pronounce that name?
Guang Yao, I believe.
Guang Yao.
But Eddie, I'm happy you brought that up. I know that those have been comments that we've had, throughout the time of this. It's very, very difficult for me to compile all that information for this short segment. We're talking about a lot of traders, and it involves going in and reading fills, corresponding those fills with the times on the charts and whatnot. I would say, and I'll provide an invitation for any of you traders out there who are listening that are getting shout outs on here, or if you've got some good trading activity, reach out to us, tell us you want to come on, and you can talk about your trading and your entries and your exits and how you scale in and scale out, or go all in, all out on that. I'd really love to just welcome people to come offer themselves to share that information with, because it's a lot for me to do. It'd be easy if someone made one trade during the day, but a lot of these traders are putting up 400 round turns in a day, and I just can't spend all my day sifting through fills files and whatnot.
Nope.
Right. But good suggestion, Mark, and we'll see what we can do with that. Real quick here, Woodland Critter passing his 100K combine today. Good job. Let's go.
Woodland Critter, nice. I like it.
So back to Guang Yao.
So let's talk about this. Andre, happy you're on. It seems like the theme of the week is high winning percentages and whatnot. So Guang Yao, 90% winning days, which is pretty good considering they're doing 62% winning trades. Now, 62% winning trades is nothing to scoff at, but average P&L of $317. They're stringing together a lot of winning trades, and this person's, clearly they're trading on a short time frame in the NASDAQ. Their risk reward is 1-to-1. Basically, on average, they're making $50 on their winning trades.
That works.
They're keeping their risk tight. That's 10 ticks in the NASDAQ. And they're keeping the risk very tight, risking, on average about 4.5 ticks with the 43 average dollar loss per losing trade. So this person's been trading well, 39 trading days. It's pretty impressive to put together 90% winning days, when you've traded that many. So what I'll say to this trader is that's consistent profitability. And for someone who's taken down an average P&L on the day of $317 or even $50 per trade on their winning trades, consistent profitability, this person is a great example of how you could scale your position sizing. Like Andre was talking about yesterday at the prop firm, the risk manager would be telling them to trade larger, go from your standard 100 lots to the 200 or the 300 lots. Or, go from trading one contract to 2 contracts or 3 contracts. When you are this consistently profitable, you owe it to yourself to put that pedal down a little bit, add some leverage, scale your business. And, this person could really be making a lot of money on an annual basis if they just add a little bit of size to what they're doing.
That is a good looking trading card right there. I'm not going to lie. That is consistency. Keeping it tight, great risk reward. I mean, that's a model for success right there.
I think that 90% winning days with 39 days trading is
beautiful,
outrageous,
beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Speaking of trading cards, I just got a trading card from Brett. He said there's a lot of people wishing me a happy birthday in the chat. Thank you all for that. I appreciate you. Appreciate your viewership. I have a ton of fun doing these, and I hope you are all having fun watching. It's been a good day so far, and it'll be a good rest of the day, no doubt.
Awesome.
So with that, good stuff all around. I'd like to talk about Brandon G, another trader that we called up from their XFA to a live account just yesterday.
Brandon G.
And we could dive right back into the scale, what you're doing. The average P&L is pretty good at just, under $1,800 per day, but 77% winning days, 72% winning trades. That is really good. And they're doing that with a 1-to-1 risk reward, risking $540 on average per trade, putting up $513 on average per winning trade. I don't have any areas for improvement here. Brandon G, out of California, coming to live. And, I think that what they've been doing here in their XFA, the Express Funded Account, it's been consistent. And bring that consistency, Brandon, because, again, someone who could be taking a lot of money out of the market with this consistent profitability.
That is another, man. Consistency is the key theme of the week, right? That's been pretty impressive.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you could stay consistent and, even on your losing days, consistent with your rules. I mean, if you're having a bad day, there's no reason just to get nuts and reckless.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably consistency around losses and managing the losses is probably the most important piece of any, we want to be consistently profitable, but if you can be consistent with how you treat your trades when you're in them, with how you manage your trades and how you frame out your trades ahead of time, I mean, that is going to put you in a position where, it's going to be much easier to put up these winning trade percentages, winning day percentages, especially the winning day percentages. If you can, have a consistent approach to the downside. There are a lot of traders out there that, if they're down $200 or $300 on the day, it's not good enough. They need to, I see this. And I've spoken with traders about this. They can't walk away. Even if they don't see another trade, they can't walk away being down just a little bit of money. They want to get it to zero or they want to get positive. And if you're not seeing any other trades, you got to just end the day wherever it is, unless you're going to sit around and wait for more trades. But some of these people, they want to go big or go bust, and they can't walk away from the $200, the $500 losing day, and they'll just keep trading with the hopes of making money. But then they butt right up to the daily loss limit, and only at that point do they call it a day. And that's not really where you want to be. You want to only be taking trades, those grade A trades.
Yep.
And there's no such thing as a grade B trade or anything like that.
Only the best. Mick,
yeah.
How easy would it be to add the average size onto one of these trading cards?
I can do that. That's pretty easy. It's basically, I can look at the metrics.
Vlad said it's going to help us more understand the trader. So that's a good one, Vlad. Vlad 420.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah,
my number
for sure. Vlad 420. Okay.
Thanks, Vlad. I don't know. I see 420 and it's like a magnet.
Well,
yeah. Knowing you, Eddie, I'm not surprised to hear that. Just kidding. Just playing.
I'm all good.
Yeah. So yeah, we can start doing that. Thanks, Vlad 420. I'll be sure to remember that comment. We'll talk about average size going forward.
Cool. Thank you, Mick.
With
birthday
that,
boy.
Yeah. Let's go to Bonnie's card, please.
Oh, Bonnie.
Bonnie's a relatively new member with us. She started in June, trading out of West Virginia. I always think about that song, West Virginia. What's the name of that song?
Country Road or whatever.
Country Roads, yes.
John Denver.
Roads.
Yep, John Denver.
Yep, I love that.
Martinsburg, West Virginia. All right, let's check out these stats. Okay.
Equity indices, ES, NQ, average daily P&L just shy of $1,300, and continuing with the theme of the week, 92% winning days. Only one losing day in the XFA. I think that's a 13 trading days in their XFA before they got called up to a live account. So, the performance that we saw was great. We didn't waste a lot of time watching Bonnie trade in the XFA. We knew she was doing well, and we pulled the trigger yesterday. So good stats here, obviously, with the winning days. Mm-hmm. It's impressive that she was able to come out with 92% winning days when only having 43% winning trades.
Yeah, it is.
But the reason for that is also on this card too, and that's the 2-to-1 risk reward ratio. You don't have to be right more than half the time to be profitable, as long as when you are right, you're making twice as much money as you are risking on your losing trades. So really like this out of Bonnie, and you can see she's taking about, on average, I would say 5 or so trades per day, because if you look at the average P&L of $1,300 and her average winning trades at $200, you know, do the math there. So shorter time frame, equity indice day trader, she's got the good risk reward, she's got the stuff, the special sauce, and she's going to bring it to the live account.
She's got the right stuff.
That Patak sauce. No, I mean, we talk about keeping the math on your side. That is a textbook example of how they keep the math on your side, like you're saying, Mick. I mean, more losing trades than winning trades, but the risk reward takes care of that and overrides all of that. That's really good to see. We've shown 3 different examples of how traders can be profitable with different risk rewards and different winning percentages. I mean, this is really, these are great examples to be seen.
Yeah, and I do have no areas for improvement here, but you know, something that they could do. Well, I had it and then I just lost it. I'm distracted. Right.
Well, anything, I'm sure.
Okay, birthday boy.
You'd like to probably focus on increasing those winning trades a little bit more, if anything. But with the risk reward, I mean, you're good there. She's got it covered.
It's all good. It's all good. You know, I'll be honest, that what I got distracted with is looking at this trading card, and I don't know who grabbed the picture for this trader, but it looks like a prison in the background.
It does look like a prison. I wasn't going to say anything.
Either
I wasn't going to say anything. I'm like, is that a prison?
It looks like that house on the, or whatever it is on the right side has like a witch's hat on there. You sure that's real?
I was like, who told you that? Who shared that note with you, man?
Between the prison picture here in West Virginia and country roads, did you guys ever see that movie Logan Lucky with what's the guy's name who played? Yeah, Daniel Craig, who plays 007. If you haven't seen that movie, it's a hilarious movie. It's based on a true story. But they these 2 brothers bust Daniel Craig out of jail to go rob the NASCAR track. And like the theme song of that movie is Country Roads. So
love it.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, it's hilarious. Real feel-good movie. Goofy.
Did you ever see the video? We had our NFL team go over to Germany and play. I forget what teams played, but the German audience sang that song.
They love it.
They love that song.
They love that song.
And I was like, wow, that is totally cool, man. That is totally cool.
Which team went over there?
It was the Chiefs and Dolphins.
Was it Chiefs and Dolphins?
Hey, just a quick heads up. We got NASDAQ really taking off here. Yep.
Yes, sir. And
crude
getting a little heavy here also. See what's kicking in eyes in the NASDAQ.
You see that?
But what else you got, Nick?
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's what I got. Just the 3 cards today. But again, we transferred 12 people yesterday. I didn't know, how we were going to be on time constraints. I usually try and keep it to 3 cards. Unfortunately, I could have done some more today because we had, 9 other people that, didn't get a trading card for today. I can share those with you guys tomorrow or next week. But a lot of good trading out of our accounts. And, as a whole, from our funded traders this week, we've seen the live traders in the live accounts struggling this week. Traders in the XFAs are doing really well.
Interesting.
It is interesting. It is interesting. But we've got some traders in those live accounts that have big account balances now, and they are putting up large winning days. And when they're not having those winning days, we see daily loss limits. And that's what I've seen the last couple days, it feels like. So a lot of red on the live boards this week, but a lot of green on the XFA boards. And I've seen some of the payout numbers too, and a lot of payouts, a lot of good, healthy payouts too. So I would encourage, actually going back, Bonnie, who was our last featured trader, has not taken a payout, and I'd encourage her to take one. As a reminder, if you string together 5 winning days of $200 or more in your XFA or your live account, you're eligible for a payout. Aside from that payout policy, though, anybody, regardless of when they most recently took a payout from their express funded account, if you get called up to the live account, it's another opportunity to take a payout up to 50% of your starting balance or ending balance in XFA, your would-be starting balance in the live account. So even if you took a payout the day before you got transferred to live, you're eligible to take up to another 50% of that. Only do it if it makes sense, because you want to keep a nice cushion in there. 2 weeks ago, I was talking about a trader who had started with, they started with 7,000 in their live account. And on day one, they put a big position on. It went against them. There was slippage, and they hit their, they went past their $3,000 daily loss limit. And I think they lost like 44% of their account, their live account, in day one. You want to learn from someone else's mistake there.
Yep.
Make sure you got a cushion. You don't want to get to the live account and then have, your hands tied behind your back right away because you took too big of a payout and you're risking too much on a day. You should really make sure that, I'd like to say more than 10 days, but like you should probably be, doing the math where you could afford to have 10 losing days in a row. Make sure whatever your risk is on a daily basis, you could have 10 losing days in a row and still be okay, to trade the following day. I know we do transfer people with balances that might not be indicative of doing that, but you got to manage not only your money when you're trading, but your account money too, because it is your greatest tool for success. You got to have some rounds of ammo that you keep dry.
That's right.
You got to remember, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, please, when you pass the trading combine and you get to your funded XFA or your funded, don't be swinging for the fence. My God, I mean, and what really bothers me is all these trade reports and all these traders. I've talked to thousands of traders in my time here, and Mick,
Yes, you have.
you've talked to thousands of traders, and that's the number one killer is that greed factor. I'm pulling out the big bat, man. I am funded right now, and I'm gonna put on a big day. Take it slow. Listen, I don't know how many people we've talked to with this broadcast getting funded and busting out like within a week.
No, I know.
Within a day.
I'm so happy you brought it up. It's something I see regularly. And when I talk to these traders about like, I'll call people and I say, what are you doing? And they'll say, I just got funded. I'm all excited and I wanted to show off. I wanted to put up big numbers for you.
I know.
It's the opposite of what we want you to do. We like talking big numbers. We like seeing big numbers, but I'm less impressed. We're the risk team. We think about risk and how much, if you're going to be trying to put up big numbers, you're going to be risking a lot. And I would really say when you get to where you want to be, and that's the XFA, because you can take payouts, or the live account because you've been, spotted and called up to the big leagues. Do slow down. That's where you want to slow down, because you finally got to where you want to go.
Exactly,
so,
Mick.
Back off a little bit.
Build that cushion.
In trading, these are leveraged contracts. Things can happen really quickly. So trade a little bit smaller, risk a little bit less early on. Yeah, it's not fun to hear. There's probably people shaking their head at me right now, but I see what happens. And Eddie brought it up. We've all seen what can happen when people try and go a little too fast, pedal to the metal. Pump the brakes a little bit.
We all get excited.
Build your foundation in that XFA. Build your
100%.
Foundation in the live account.
100%.
I mean, you've reached a plateau where you're working very hard. Now the thing is, you've got to remind yourself, now I've got to keep it. What do I've got to do to keep this running as long as possible? Not swinging for the fence, man.
You finally made it, so now you got to stay.
Yep.
You stay here. Stay. That's
Build
this is
that
where the
safety net.
party's at. Yeah, it's exactly it.
There's no successful trader or there's no trading firm that won't tell you your number one job is to preserve that capital, and then making the money is a byproduct of finding good trades. Preserve your capital. That's job number one.
Right. All right. We'll make anything else, my friend?
Probably a perfect way to end it, talking about, preserving the capital.
Hey, you doing anything for your birthday tonight?
Yeah.
Gonna do an early dinner with the wife and baby.
Awesome.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Happy birthday!
Elbow into my wife's ribs here. We were supposed to go somewhere. She never made the reservation. She never got the babysitter. So we're going to resort to going to another good spot that's right.
You can always give Uncle
We'll
Eddie
have
a
a great
call.
meal, and then I'll have that one. So actually, not so much an elbow in the ribs, not a shot at her, because I'm going to get 2 birthday meals out of it.
Well, happy birthday, buddy. Thanks for coming on and doing this. People
Yeah.
really love Shoulder Tap.
Thanks so much.
Awesome.
Appreciate you guys having me on. This was fun, and enjoy the rest of the show today.
You got
All
it.
right, Mick, you take care,
Yeah.
buddy. All right, don't run away. We've got Christian in the green room right now,
Going to Duffy's.
eating all our bakery. So we got to get him out here. And nah, I'm just kidding, Christian. Christian and Hoag, man,
Yeah.
are going to put some trades up. And some of you were asking, hey, these funded traders, how do they trade? Well, you're going to find out because
Yep.
I think I did 2 interviews with Christian. He's paid out, got a new family going on.
Awesome.
And he's making it happen, folks. Probably one of the good questions is, what about greed? How he contains it, controls it, and doesn't and has some gription in trading. So we'll be right back. Jack, did you got some news real quick before we go?
Yeah, what do you got? Ooh. Sweet.
Interactive experience. There you go.
A home run would be awesome, but this trader is looking just to get on base.
That's what you
Daddy.
All right, we'll be back.
All right.
Me and Snoop.
I'm hooking up with Eddie and Puff the Magic Dragon. Gonna make a trade. Gonna see who's the leader and who's the lagging. Snoop out.
There you go.
Where did
All
you
right.
get that?
We'll be back.
I'm outta
I know
here.
these people, okay? I know these people.
I'm out of here. That was
We'll be
awesome.
right
Daddy. I'll see
back.
you guys in the morning.
All right.
Take care.
Welcome to Power Players. We have a very special session today. We've got 3 traders. We're going to be looking to take live trades. We have Christian I with us. Good to see you, Christian. We had Nick Dolby with us. What's going on? How are you doing today, Christian?
Good. Thanks for having me on again.
We're going to see if we can't find some opportunities and have a little bit of fun here. Happy Thursday.
For sure.
So what's your preferred market, Christian?
Definitely the NASDAQ. When I started trading, I actually started with S&P, but I just find the speed and the volatility of the NASDAQ more to my liking. So I just trade exclusively NASDAQ now.
Because you're a young man. Gives me heart palpitations.
Yeah, I trade crude oil, and even NASDAQ is too fast for my blood.
So good intestinal fortitude there, Christian. So have you traded much today? You done anything?
I took one trade earlier on another account. I don't know if I can switch over here.
No, it's okay. I mean, either way.
But basically this morning, I was just looking at the ranges from yesterday, and I saw how we were opening at the top of the range, and it looked like it was just right outside the top of that range. And so I figured if it shows any sort of resistance, that I'd probably take the short there. And right out of the gates, it went short. I wasn't quick enough to enter or comfortable to enter right away. So I just gave it some time, and it pulled back up and went right above the previous high. And I took a short here.
Very nice.
And then just waited for it to rotate. Not to this point of control, right? Because this was very early in the day, so I didn't want to get point of control yet. But it just went exactly to the previous day's point of control, which is where my take profit was. And
perfect.
Close out of that one.
Perfect. Nice job. What are you thinking now?
So now I switch back over to the other account. I took a similar trade, hoping to take a short after it created this double top here. Kind of for the same principles. I know we have the Fed Powell speech later today, so I figured today would kind of be a choppy day. And I think as much as we've been pushing up anyway, the market is due to either, chop and go sideways before continuing upwards, or maybe for a pullback. So that was kind of my thought process. But this one didn't work out, and it pushed up. And so essentially now I've just reloaded essentially the same trade. Trying to keep my stops tight, and hopefully it doesn't extend the range, but if it extends the range, then so be it.
This is kind of like another take on that first trade I see there at like 15 at 405.
Exactly.
Second take on that one. Nice. And is this a time-based chart, or is this a tick-based chart that you got going on?
So it's a 22 tick range.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I like the 22-tick range just because of the way it plays with the cumulative delta. It makes the divergences appear a lot quicker.
Do you see a lot of divergences in the NASDAQ?
Oh, definitely. You
Are you
definitely
seeing one now?
at the moment, no. It does look like the cumulative delta is fairly honest, and it has been so pretty much all day today. There was one instance around here where there was a bit of divergence, but I wasn't in that trade.
Like any like examples you could pull up of where that was the case?
Let's see. I'd have to go back a couple of days.
Oh, it's been a couple of days.
Yeah.
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
So you're just using the cumulative and just kind of keeping an eye on what's happening during the day session, or are you basing it to the open?
No, just mostly during the day session.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Because starting to sense a potential divergence in the S&Ps. Can I show you?
Yeah, sure.
So we've been negative delta all day in the S&Ps. Now this is this zeros delta on the open for the S&P open. So since the open, delta is negative 17,000. Now initially that was congruent with direction, but we've come back considerably and we keep bringing in negative delta. That's got me a little bit nervous to look for shorts. The S&Ps have not taken out the high of the initial balance, if you will. The initial balance, as we know, is the first hour of trade. The opening range remains the high of the session. So, you know, by rule, with the opening range at the high of the session, I'm looking for shorts. But it's this delta's got me a little bit nervous to do that. I mean, if I get good trade location, I would take it. But I'm, you know, in the NASDAQ has I haven't really seen any divergence, so I'm not looking at that as a potential opportunity. However, I saw that you're a profile guy too, right, Christian?
Right, the TPO chart.
Volume
It's
or
not on
market
there somewhere.
profile?
Yeah, off to the left.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, well, this is the profile from today in the NASDAQ. So we looked below the initial balance. That auction failed. We've looked above the initial balance, and that is now showing signs of failing on an extension to the upside. So we've traded both sides of the initial balance have been extended. Neither auction was successful. So I'm looking at the NASDAQ right now as a day that's probably going to fall into range-bound activity because of that.
Right. And that was my thought as well. And that's why I took this short. I figured this is probably right above the high. I don't see it extending above this again. Obviously it can, but
sure,
I'll take those odds.
So, I mean, if I was really following the profile rules, you know, we got back inside the opening range twice after the first 30 minutes, and both times it is now showing signs of failing to continue. So the opening range remains the high, initial balance remains the high. We look below the initial balance. I should be looking for shorts, but I was too cheap to try and get into this short. So I'm kind of sitting here just kind of watching right now.
Oh, you missed it? Double
Well,
clutched?
yeah. I mean, and there's the reason is that delta is negative. It's almost negative 20,000 now, and you know we were pushing up near the highs at that point. So
Yeah.
that negative delta has me thinking that. And when we've seen, I don't know if you've seen it in the NASDAQ so much, Christian, but last week, I mean, it was almost every day there was a delta divergence in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
You know, that's longer time frame buyers getting the short time frame too short, and then it runs over them. So I was kind of nervous, and I didn't get good enough trade location to take that trade. So here I sit, brokenhearted, came to trade, and only charted.
Aw.
So poetic. Honestly, sitting on hands is good though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I caught that opening range trade to the downside. It was a pretty decent trade. And, you know, I try not to like fall into protection mode, you know, like the Chicago Bears. If they go into halftime in the lead, they go into protection mode and lose the game.
Yeah. It is tricky, like once you place a couple trades, to let the other ones kind of run their course and let them do what they're supposed to do. You're just rolling. You're like a helicopter parent on like your 5th trade of the day.
Yeah, right. That's good. I like that, helicopter parent.
Yeah, that's actually kind of how I know that it's probably time for me to wrap it up for the day. If I start like
You start
moving
going
my
into
stops
defense.
and start moving my stops too much, move my profit target, get antsy. It's probably time to wrap it up at that point.
Honestly, I'm kind of feeling that way now because I'll be honest. Usually, I trade from about maybe 8 in the morning till about 10 o'clock, and I'm usually done. And I don't look at charts again until probably the next day. So this is much longer, much more time in front of the charts than I usually would.
I mean, if I had this trade on, I would not mind spending any time in front of the charts. I mean, this is pretty nice. What you got going on? This is sweet.
So, Christian, we've got a question in the chat here, and this is something that comes up a lot, and I do go over it a lot. What is your explanation of delta divergence? What does it mean to you, Christian?
So the way I interpret it is, delta divergence. So basically, I'm looking at delta, and I'm thinking those are people who are literally hitting buy market and sell market. And so if there's some sort of order out there, or like a limit order where someone has a large limit and it keeps absorbing, let's say people are panicking and hitting sell market, or joining the bid, and those orders are all getting absorbed, and you see that the delta keeps dropping, but the price of the actual chart itself is not dropping, in flux with the delta going down. I consider that divergence. And so what I'll do is I'll start looking for opportunities to get long, because at some point, those people who are hitting sell market will probably, run out, and then the price will start to go upwards. And then those traders who got in short too early, they will eventually feel pain. And then you kind of know how it goes from there. It rolls over and just rotates the other way.
They jump over each other to try and get out of those losing positions, right?
Exactly.
So when you're talking about traders that are using market orders to enter into positions, what types of traders do you believe typically use market orders to get into positions?
I don't want to say anything rude.
You could just say your shorter time frame retail type key shooters like me.
Even shorter time frame, you should really join bid more than sell market. I guess it doesn't really make that big of a difference. For example, this trade that I took, I used sell market, but as long as you're not just panicking, like FOMOing into a trade and hitting sell market or buy market, it's fine.
So typically when you're getting into a trade, unless it's something you want to react to really quickly, and I understand that there are always those types of situations, you're going to limit into the order and instead of using a market order?
You're right. I would try not to. At the worst, I'll try to just join bid.
And you're still short that position that you're in now?
I am still short. I would like to see it rotate all the way back down to the point of control, but we're coming up on the halfway point of the TPO chart.
The half back.
So a lot of times it will just it does act as resistance. So I may close the trade here if I see this start coming back up.
Well, it's still a pretty tasty trade, isn't it?
Right? Yeah, of course.
That's great. I'm just impressed that you're able to maintain a conversation while you have this position on. This is like a episode of like trading hot ones. It's like, how much heat can you take? Or, I mean, you're doing really well in this one, but
it's not easy.
No, I mean, I'm like sweating just watching you put this position on.
I might be sweating if it was in the red. I think it's easier to
in the red. Yeah, it's definitely, I don't know. Sometimes I get in a winning position and my heart rate jumps up even more than being in a loser.
Fair.
You mentioned FOMO. Is that something I know we all deal with? What degree of FOMO do you deal with?
I just don't. It hurts.
Yeah.
I've never FOMO'd. Well, I won't say I've never FOMO'd into a trade that's paid off, but in the long run, I know it's going to hurt me, and so logically, just don't do it.
It's like 1 out of 100.
I don't have any other way of putting it or saying it eloquently. Just don't FOMO. It's stupid.
Yeah, we were talking about Inside Out in the company Slack, and it's like FOMO knocks on your door, and you're just like, nah, not today. Just slam it right in its face and go back to trading.
Exactly. It's like,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. A lot of people want to open that door. It's pretty tempting.
it's like Game of Thrones. What do you say when God is looking you in the or when death is looking you in the face?
Not today.
Not today. Not today. I applaud you, Christian, that you're able to just say, you know, I this is a FOMO trade. I'm not going to do it.
Thank you.
Did you ever have rules for FOMO trades? It's like, I know this is a FOMO trade, so I'm going to do the opposite of what I should be doing.
Ooh.
To try to like lean into the fact that it's already bad, like 2 negatives equal a positive, like that type of thing.
Again, it's something I think that I've done before a long time ago, and after, you know, getting bit a few times,
yeah,
I just forced myself to just I'm never doing this again.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
So I understand you have a particular technique or something where you to deal with greed. I was told to ask you about greed.
Greed. So actually, kind of a long story. I'll keep it short. I went for a Forex trading competition in London. This is maybe 2 years ago, and there was like a hypnosis that they had us go through. And so there's a phrase that we were told to say, and we were told to essentially hypnotize ourselves with that phrase. That once you say that phrase, you enter your mental state enters into a zone where you just don't make any errors, and you're just the consummate professional trader.
What could you like sell me that?
Honestly, I think it's you know, it's whatever. It's not anything serious, but I think ultimately just buy in and find a way to just communicate to being very to commit to being very disciplined and to just not make these errors. I think after anyone who's traded for any length of time knows how easy it is for the emotional aspect of trading to arise and to start creeping into your decision making.
Oh,
and I think
100%.
Once it starts creeping in, it just does affect your trading, and it's very difficult to stop it from doing that. But what you have to do is just be conscious of it and tell yourself, okay, my emotions are getting the best of me, so I'm just going to stop trading now. And with time, what will happen is you'll just naturally build a tolerance, and essentially you'll get numb or used to seeing, okay, I'm in the red or I'm in the green, I need to let it run. Mm-hmm. For instance, maybe a year ago, this trade I would have cut off as soon as I saw these couple of bars coming against me. You know, I wouldn't have had the patience or I don't necessarily want to say confidence, just I wouldn't have had the emotional control to just say I'm just going to sit here and it's either going to go to my take profit, mm-hmm. or it's really going to give me a reason to exit out. Right.
I'm really happy you said that and you tied it to like emotions, because something that I feel in trading is that like most traders only will make as much money as they can handle, like emotionally. And so you see some of these traders who swing for the fences and they end up getting sweaty palms because they can't fly that high typically. And you probably see that in the pit too, right? You got these guys who over leverage and they start sweating. Then you got the vets who put on the same position and they're totally fine. But that's because they can handle
and they're fine.
And they can handle it emotionally. Well, right?
And that's just experience. I mean, you know, the first time you put on a 1 lot, you're scared, but after a while, you're not. You know, then you put on a 5 lot and you're scared, but after a while, you're not. I mean, that's just kind of conditioning. I'm trying to think of some sort of mantra that I can use to put myself into that professional mindset. You ever saw the movie Anger Management? There's a mantra that goose frab that they use. Maybe I'll try that, but I've been at this for a while, but I mean, these are all things that we continue to kind of have ebb and flow into our lives and into our trading. When I find myself getting emotional, after 3 straight losses, that's when I know I'm at risk of my switch being flipped. But I have to remind myself before every trade, is this in my best interest? Which kind of takes some of the impulse away and forces what I'm about to do into conscious thought to think about what I'm doing, even if it's just for a second. And then, I've saved myself a lot from getting into emotional or impulsive trades just by saying, is this really in my best interest? And in doing that, I say, no, this is FOMO, this is greed, this is fear, no, we're not going to do this. So, it seems to me, and I don't know about you, Christian, and I'm pretty sure I know about you, Dolby, but the best trades aren't the ones that yell at me. They're the ones that whisper to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would echo that for sure. They just kind of happen to just be there, and it's like, oh, this makes a lot of sense, so let's
and it's cheap. I like trades, like cheap trades.
Yeah.
Well, this is a nice trade you're in here. This is great.
Yeah, I ended up moving my stop up to where the volume node. There's a node that it's kind of hidden there, but
yeah, we're not able to see all the way to the right side of your screen.
Okay. There's a high volume node right there, so I moved my stop loss just a tick behind it, and we'll see if it'll continue downwards all the way to the point of control and then actually complete the rotation, or if it'll stop me out about halfway.
And there was
there it is. Okay, I see your high volume node.
There was since we're on charts right now, there was a question a while ago that someone wanted some assistance in setting up TPO charts on Tradeovate. Is that something that you'd be willing to take us through real quick, or do you have like a setting that you could export for him or something?
So the question, are they on the online platform, or do they actually have it downloaded to their computer?
That's a good question.
That is a good question.
I'd have to, because you're trading on Tradeovate web, right?
Is there a difference? I'm on the downloadable version, but is there a difference if you're on the web version?
Yeah, so it is different. So the TPO charts are not on the website or the web platform one. You have to actually download it to your computer. And then when you create a chart, you can go to NQ.
Oh, it was Gaia Trades, I think, had the question. Gaia, if you're out there, this one's for you.
And we'll go here. And where is it?
It's on chart type. There you go.
Chart type, and then it's just TPO. And it's already built in. So once you download once you download the platform, it's already built in, and you can go in there and adjust the settings if there's a certain time frame you want it to start printing TPOs on. But it's pretty much already set up and good to go for you.
Yeah,
nice. You just get
updated. What, like a year ago or so?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe like February or March last year.
Oh, it's like your position's doing real well there.
Yep.
So do you normally have like a fixed risk reward, or you just take what the market gives you and just let it downside and let it run?
So I've back tested that quite a bit. I actually did used to have a fixed risk reward, but what I was finding was that it doesn't make sense. Some days the NASDAQ will give you a range that's 50 points, and some days it'll give you a range that's 100 points. So I had to adjust that and just accept that my at the end of the day, my risk reward ratio is not always going to be the same. But as long as every trade I'm taking is greater than 1, then it's fine. And just trust that in the long run it'll all work out.
Yeah, I think you're smart in doing that, because stops and profit targets have to be directly related to market context, not a static number.
Exactly.
And that's just my opinion. There's a million ways to skin a cat, right? But
well, that's kind of funny you say that, because we have a lot of funded traders who are going 2 to 1 pretty consistently.
Yeah, and that's okay.
Really well.
And that's okay. That's at 2 to 1, even if you're only right 4 out of 10 trades, you're still going to be making money.
Right.
So the idea that you want to make bigger profits than you have to risk to take the trade is still there. But if you're in a more volatile market and you have to take more risk, you're probably going to be able to realize a bigger profit because of the volatility. you know.
Right.
So, I'm taking a trade that's cheap. I may be able to risk only 4 points on a cheap trade like that. But if my static is 10, I'm risking more than I need to.
Mm-hmm.
The stops have to be placed at a point where you believe the market is telling you that the trade is wrong.
Yeah.
Not just a static number. You get into volatility, those static stops are going to rip you up. You're going to die by 1,000 cuts.
Wouldn't you just place your entry like in a spot where your stop would be?
Well, that's something I do sometimes, because if I'm looking at a trade and I'm thinking this looks too easy, so a lot of traders are going to take it. So instead of trying to get in where I wanted to get in, where I think other people are going to get in, I'm going to try and get in where their stops are going to get hit. And profiles are really good for that, because sometimes if you get into single TPOs, like in a double distribution trend day, there's going to be stops just coming right into those single TPOs. So instead of getting in before the single TPOs, I'll see if there's a bunch of stops there. And that would give me, number one, better trade location. Number two, limit my risk. And number three, expand a possible profit target.
Right. Yeah, everyone trades differently, which is
for sure. Yeah, I mean, we all have our decision-making processes, motivations, foibles, difficulties, barriers, things we do really well. I mean, everybody's different.
What risk you can handle, what you can't.
I mean, they say that if you had a strategy that would 100% pay you money over time and gave it to 100 different people, there would be 100 different outcomes.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Agreed.
Yeah, like I couldn't trade either of your styles. I couldn't even trade your markets, let alone your strategy. Christian, how long did it take you to get to find your trading plan?
Honestly, a long time.
Still okay. I'm about to say
Too
work in
long.
progress. I feel like mine's always a work in progress.
They're always.
Yeah. So pretty much what I always say is I just adapt it to the day. I will say one thing that helped me a lot was I had a coaching with Topstep. That coaching, it actually helped me figure out a lot, or the primary thing that was holding me back. And cool. So from there, I've just kind of tailored things and tweaked and fine-tuned some stuff.
Who was your coach?
Hoag.
Oh, no.
Oh, get out of here. Really?
Yep.
Another legendary student from Hoag, from the school of Hoag.
Glad it helped. Always love to see people succeeding.
That's awesome.
Sir.
So then you should have taken this trade then, Hoag, if he's your student.
I was too cheap. I was looking at the S&Ps here, and when it came back into the opening range, I missed that one because I was busy looking and talking about something else. And then we were just getting ready for this session when it came up here, and I was like, I want to take this, but I want to get better trade location, but it did not give it to me.
Christian, do you stream and trade for the masses or for a private group or at all?
Nope. I've done that sometimes, just kind of for fun, but for the most part, I just I'm on an island, just trade.
Trading wasn't hard enough. Let's have a bunch of strangers watch.
Right. I gotta tell you, I never thought it would affect me as much as it has, and I don't mean to complain about it, but it's just something new to my trading that I have to get used to and get past.
It's tricky. I feel like it's the attention that your attention gets pulled and you're flipping through screens all the time, checking chat, conversations.
Yeah.
And you want like that 30 seconds of complete focus for that one moment where you can hit the, buy or sell button.
And you don't get it. So I was thinking about this last night.
And then you're chasing just trades, which sucks.
Thinking about this last night, Dolby, and Jared talks in this book, and when he talks to us, he talks about your A, B, and C game, right? Yep, so you always want to try and trade your A game. You want to be most in the moment, most calm, most focused, and you're going to be able to trade your A game there, and then your B game is probably where you're going to spend most of your time, because staying that focused can be exhausting, especially if you're trading for a long period of time. And the C game is when you're taking trades that aren't thought out. They're not, you're not really focused on what's going on. And I feel like I've been on my C game here for the last month and a half. I'm not losing money, but I'm not making money. So at least
probably like it just doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
Like you could be doing like a lot better, which is probably weighing on you just within itself.
Yeah, and of course, I've losses have never really bothered me. They bother the hell out of me now.
Huh. Interesting.
Because
I'm coming off like a 1 year break, so I feel great.
Good.
Like all my baggage is like kind of cleared out of my head. I'm seeing the market really good.
Nice. Awesome.
Yeah, so it's been nice. Yeah. Crude oil. Where are my crude oil peeps at in chat? Nowhere.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Trading in Q.
You've got Deanna, who's a crude trader.
Yep.
On Mondays and Wednesdays.
Yep.
And I've traded crude in the past. I'm just not focused enough to kind of split products now.
Yeah. Yep. Crude used to be the most popular product at Topstep, folks. You might
it was.
Might not have thought that, but it was far and away. Like what, 90-10 or something?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Did you ever trade crude, Christian? Did you ever give it a spin?
I have never traded crude oil. I don't think I've ever even opened up that chart, in all honesty.
Water's warm. I said the oil's warm.
Well,
probably sticky, but it's a fun market to trade.
Right. Most of us trade it long side only whenever we buy gas.
Yeah. Why do I prefer CL over other instruments? Honestly, because I joined Topstep a long time ago. So back in like 2011 is when I joined, and crude was all the rage. And I basically just asked in chat back then. I was like, "Hey, what's the best product to trade?" Everybody said crude oil. It trades at $10 a tick. I'm like, great, easy math. And then I like the price action. And then once you spend 2 years trading a market, it's like, what else am I going to learn at this point? There's nothing else I care about. And then they released MCL, and that was over at that point. For a while, I was doing M2K, but
I think what's happened too, from like when Topstep was founded, the NQ, like the NASDAQ, the whole index is probably up 4 or 5 or like 3 times, right? So like the volatility in terms of just what you actually get on the screen has increased at least threefold.
Wow. Yeah.
So I think that's what's drawn people in.
Yeah. Looks like Christian just closed his epic NASDAQ short. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Nice work.
Yeah. I think crude oil is a fun product to trade. So it does really, really well on larger time frames. And the technical analysis is really solid in like the 30-minute to 1 hour to 4 hour. And it tends to move between those ranges pretty consistently. And what else? The European close is super cool. So you get like a half-hour session between 10 and 10:30 where the market will typically reverse from whatever it's been doing. So you can always kind of get a nice little trade there. Second half of the session tends to be pretty good. I think it's one of the few markets that can actually go up as fast as it can go down, whereas I think indices tend to go up a little bit slower and go down a lot faster. Crude oil can go up just as fast as it can go down. So
when you were doing your Twitch, is that what the product you were trading, or are you trading the crude oil? So you've been crude the whole time.
I would say 90% of all my trading is crude oil. Because like once you learn the market, like you're not going to switch. Like you've seen it in the pits. Like Christian's not going to switch to like cattle. He's been trading NASDAQ forever. You know what I mean? It's like once you learn the personality of the market, you're not going to switch. It's all these little like nuances that you can have to your advantage, even like the way the ladder moves. Yep. You can start getting little stuff out of there. I used to call them wiggles. I used to notice these little like wiggles in the CL dome. And I was like, oh, something's going to happen. And then within like a couple seconds, it'd shoot one direction or the other. But, you spend time looking at one market and then you can start noticing, little stuff like that in the dome, in the charts.
Intuition comes from experience.
Oh, yeah.
I like that term, wiggles. I've had that thought with the Nasdaq. I always say, "Oh, it's getting jittery. Something's about to happen," but I've never heard anyone else refer to it.
Yeah, no, it's totally a thing where like it just gets like real quiet, like shoots up, does a thing real fast, and then gets quiet again. And it's like, all right, there's something going on here.
Wasn't that a kids' TV show, The Wiggles? Maybe when you guys were younger that you watched, and that's where that term came from.
I don't know. No, I wasn't raised right because I was watching like Ren and Stimpy. Stuff like that. So that explains a whole lot.
No, then you were raised right if you're watching Ren and
Stimpy. Yeah, I can't believe that was ever allowed on TV. Here we are.
Yeah.
So
the Wiggles were an Australian children's music group formed in Sydney in 1991.
Wow.
So Jack, you probably watched them.
I mean, I wasn't in Australia. I grew up watching White Sox baseball and like a half an hour of The Simpsons each day.
There's a question from Dan Trader, Christian Adobe, even Hoag. Do we know what our MFE and MAE are? What is that? Maximum
favorable excursion, maximum adverse excursion.
I do not have that data. Is that something you follow, Christian?
No, not at all.
Oh, you know?
It's not available on any platform that I'm aware of other than Ninja Trader.
It's just like an equation, right? It's
well,
just a little bit of math.
I mean, it tells you, like in a winning trade,
right?
It tells you how close to the high watermark you got out, or in a losing trade, how bad was it before maybe it turned around and then you got out. And and it's a flexible metric because you can have max favorable excursion and adverse excursion on a day time frame or a weekly time frame. What was your low water mark for the week? What was your high water mark for the week? Where did you end the week? That is something that I've brought up and asked to include in our trade reports for the daytime frame. At one point, well, I mean, we kind of do have it. The P&L high and the P&L low on our trade reports.
Yeah,
that's your max favorable and max adverse excursion for closed trades throughout the day.
Yeah.
So you realized trades at one point you were up $1,000. You ended the day up 800. Maybe your max adverse excursion was 0 because you were never down that day.
Yeah.
So you can really see that in daytime frame with realized profit and loss. That's max. I forget what we call it. It's high. I don't know. I always call it a watermark. Let me see here.
Yeah, but this is why trading is great because I have no idea what that stuff is, and we're still doing okay. Apparently, the Wiggles are on tour again. That is insane.
Oh, we gotta go.
Yeah, I wonder if we can find someone who's like a MAE, MFE expert and interview them. We can interrogate them about what that stuff is.
So in realized daytime frame trades, P&L high and P&L low on our trade reports could be viewed as MFA and MFE.
Oh, interesting.
But per trade, we don't have that data.
Yeah. So it's like Christian, this position you exited is running further lower. How are you feeling personally about that?
Fine.
No FOMO.
Yeah, it's fine. I got out because it seemed like it was struggling on the TPO chart over here, and so I figured let me just.
Yeah, you got out better than that high volume node you were looking at, right?
Yeah, I just lost.
Yeah, Christian's having some connection problems.
Okay.
It looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I just asked because I think, exiting trades, in my opinion, is one of the hardest things to do. Because it never really feels good, because if it goes more in your favor, you could be like, oh, damn, I should have held it for longer.
Well, and that's something that if you're going to be journaling through the trades and through the day that you want to get your head wrapped around, if that happens, you make 50 ticks on a trade and it goes another 50 in your direction.
Right.
You get this, you almost feel like you lost money even though you had a winning trade.
Right. It's like trader math. Right.
And it's not the case. You put the trade on, you had a profit target, you had a stop and a profit target. Your profit target gets hit. Anything that happens after that is a completely new situation.
Yeah.
You had a successful trade. It went your way. You took your profit. You should be happy. And then, if it goes your way, I mean, that feeling like you've left all this money on the table, you didn't.
Yeah.
Your trade planned out. Now it's a new situation.
Yeah.
If you think it's going to continue to go, see if you can find a way in.
Right. I think that was a habit that I had when I first started. It took me a while to kind of figure out, is that I was comparing my performance to what the market was doing and not to what like my personal loss limit is. So if I have a winning trade and go, 3-1, I make $600 and I risk 200, that's a great day.
Right.
Right. But if the market, went up another 1,000 or 2,000, I shouldn't feel bad.
So be it.
So be it. Because if my personal daily loss limit's $300, okay, now I have 2x my personal daily loss limit. That's going to be really good. I bought myself 2 more trading days. And so if you frame that, it's a lot better than framing it against the market because you don't have any control against that. So
I've been trading for 31 years, Dolby. I think I bought the low tick once, and I think I sold the high tick once.
Yeah.
And you feel like a genius, but it's luck.
Yeah. But that is the one memory you have. It's remember that one time?
Yeah, right.
In April 3rd at 11:09 p.m. or a.m.
Right.
I top ticked.
I top ticked it. Yep, I got all of it.
That's right. Every single.
I got to do that every time. Well, that's a good plan.
Yep. Hey, welcome back, Christian.
Yeah, it looks like we've lost Christian.
Is he gone? Right.
Yeah, I think he's left. I think he's maybe trying to come back in.
Well, he put on a hell of a trade.
Yeah.
Is that cool to see one of your students put on a trade?
Oh, hell yeah.
Hell
yeah. And we talked to a lot of people, and I don't know how long ago I talked to him, but I didn't really remember that he and I had a conversation. But apparently it was impactful for Christian. Now he's back. That just makes me happy, If I can help in any way and see people succeeding, that makes me happy. It's good to see you back, Christian.
Yes, sir. Clearly my computer cannot handle the pressure.
Hoag was just talking about how proud he is of you for putting on a killer trade.
Thank you. Yeah,
taking the trade that he should have taken. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I'd be as proud of you if it was a loss, but was part of your strategy.
Yeah,
right. That's the thing.
Yeah,
and one of the things that you said that really stuck out to me today so far, Christian, was the fact that strategy is related to market state. It's not static. Right. There's always things that we're going to notice, that we're going to see, that we're going to be able to take advantage of, and to be able to manage the risk on that and stay profitable over a long period of time. Man, that's the goal. I did tell people, when I talked to you, I probably said, the goal is stay in an account forever. That's goal number one. Just stay in an account forever. Don't lose an account. Because that puts you, 90% above what most people have been capable of doing. I think more people, so many more people could be more successful at this if they would let themselves.
Yeah. I remember who was I talking to? I was doing some coaching really briefly, I think for Breakout Coach. And I talked to this guy who had a mentor who used to trade in the pit, and he said if a retail trader can break even after 3 months, they can make it as like a professional. I was like, it kind of makes sense. Then I was wondering, like, how many people could even last 3 months just being break even and not think of that as failing?
And
Right,
that's it. That's the goal is to be able to maintain an account for a long period of time, because you're just buying time. You're getting better at what you're doing. Hopefully, if you're doing the right things, and build the account, get better at what you're doing, know yourself better, know the markets better. And, it's never going to be easy. You always have to do the work, man. Every time I've sat back on my laurels and said, I've got this now, I've been whacked. So got to do the homework.
The market knows if you're naughty or nice, Hoag.
Yes. Yes, it does. And it is sometimes like Santa Claus, sometimes not.
Sometimes the Grinch.
Yep.
Sometimes the Grinch.
Well, we got a Santa Claus trade today from Christian, which is great.
Yep. So, Christian, are you going to trade any more today? Are you pretty much done? Do you still look for opportunities after having a nice trade like that?
Normally, I would have been. Normally I would have been done at 10 o'clock.
Well, sorry for keeping you up.
No, it's
it was worth a while.
Yeah, it was definitely worth it, right?
You probably owe us some of that cash for keeping you up, for taking that trade.
I'm interested in this question too. Lori Joy is asking, Hoag, what did you tell Christian that he had him figure out and transcend the one thing holding him back? You can answer that, Christian, if you remember.
Yeah, so basically it was that I had to keep things tighter. My the stop loss that I was using. So we talked about it a bit earlier with the question about using either a static bracket or having stops that and take profits that actually fit the chart. And I was using a static bracket, and so there was a lot of just wasted money or points that I was giving up for no reason, just because I was comfortable with that bracket. So I had to, I guess, get my mind used to just get used to the idea that my stop loss is pretty much always going to be very close, and then just trust that the analysis is correct and that the trade will do what it needs to, and that stop loss being there, even though it's tight, it's for a purpose, and it allows for longevity and just a lot of other good things.
Well, great stuff, Christian. We're going to do this again one of these days. You want to come back and do this again?
Sure, I'm down.
As long as you make another thou the next time.
Ideally.
It's great to have you here, Christian. Thank you so much for joining us. We're getting a little short on time here, so we're going to let you get on with the rest of your day. And great trade, great having you here. Great thoughts, and I'm proud of you. Everything that you do that is creating your success is all you, my man, all you.
Thank you.
Feel good about it.
I'll claim maybe like 60 or 70% of it, but I've had help. So thank you.
All right, well, trade well if we're going to continue trading the rest of the day. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow. And we're getting ready for the Top Step quiz.
Pop quiz. Oh, yeah.
Goldie, thanks for coming in and hanging out with us.
This was great. It was fun to see such an excellent trade and talk to an excellent trader. Hope you come back on. That was a lot of fun.
Great. Yep. All right, well, we'll see you next time. Trade well, everyone.
Take care.
Hello, quiz fans. Welcome to Top Quiz. Today is Thursday, November 9th, 2023. I am Jack. Today I'm joined by Alyssa. Alyssa, construction's done outside your place. What else is going on?
We're hoping so. Not too much. It was nice to see you this week.
Yeah, it was. Nice seeing everyone on Tuesday. Hopefully we can do it again soon. If this is your first time in the quiz, just click that link that's pinned or go to kahoot.it and enter the code 6541557 if you're not into the whole brevity thing. There'll be 4 questions, multiple choice. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will get into a random draw. And taking some feedback from yesterday, today we're going to be raffling off 50K combines. That's what we'll be doing.
Woohoo.
Yeah, woohoo is right. So that is me getting excited. Remember, there's a delay. So look at your device. That is where the questions will pop up and where you want to see them. Hello, Dan Trader. Someone says Softy D's is going to win today. Well, maybe they will. Okay, you guys need to ask questions about trading. Well, I do ask some. Let that be a hint for what's coming here. So we'll wait a few more seconds here. See most of you getting in. I'm seeing a lot of names that aren't 2 letters, which I appreciate. Oh, RK broke it. Rudy. 1 letter. You should be tried at the Hague. We'll see what happens. Okay, how you feeling? No one's got perfect yet, Alyssa, but I do have some questions today. At least half of them I think might be in your wheelhouse. We'll see what happens.
All right. Well, I'll do my very best, Jack.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it in about 5 seconds. I think we've had enough time here. We got over 700 people playing. Cole and Ostomy is back. That was a winner from yesterday's random draw. That's not a name you can forget. Jackie Poo is a name I won't forget ever. Okay. You ready, Alyssa?
I'm ready, Jack.
Let's do this. And we play every day, so if you don't get in today, it's okay. It'll be back tomorrow. Okay, we're starting. This is the date. Long wind up here before the first question. Okay, question number 1. 1 CME Bitcoin futures contract, BTC, represents how many Bitcoins? Is it 1, 5, 10, or 50 Bitcoins represented by 1 futures contract? Are you in the crypto?
I sure am not, Jack. So I'm going to go with that it's 10.
That's a nice round number. Unfortunately, it is 5 Bitcoins, the futures contract. I don't know if all y'all saw it, but they had the, Alyssa, do you see this? That ape convention they did in Hong Kong where they showed clips. It was a bunch of crypto guys dancing the techno. And then they used UV lights instead of black lights. And a bunch of them woke up with searing pain in their eyes.
Oh my gosh.
So somebody said on Twitter that they always thought that the lasers went the other way out of the eyes for crypto people. All right. Oedipus's mom, good to see her. She's been through a lot, is in first place. Dre 4,000, 5 trades. Plutarch, remember, these are for bragging rights. If you get 3 or 4 right, we will randomly draw 10, and I'll email you this afternoon. Ready for question 2?
I'm ready, Jack.
Let's do it. Question 2. The programming language that is the standard markup language used to create web pages. Is it Python, C++, HTML, or SQL?
Jack.
And Alyssa, this is just served up for you. You can say it when we're about at 0.
Okay, I'll wait. Thank you for including something relative to my work today. I'm very excited about this moment.
Yeah. HTML is the correct answer there.
Oh, I forgot to say it.
You did.
I was waiting for 0 and then I forgot.
For those of you that don't know, Alyssa is a web developer, among other things, so this was in her wheelhouse. Well,
I could show you my phone where I did get it correct, so just so that everybody
I believe you. I believe you. All right. The bragging board. Mixed mustache. Cheating is bad. Never true word spoken. Plutarch, millions tick, and 5 trades. Okay. Let's see what's question 3. Which of these CME futures contracts is cash settled? The ES, which is S&P E-mini S&P 500, CL, which is crude oil, gold, or wheat?
Well, Jack, it would be the S&P, right?
You damn right it is. That is correct. The cash settled, just in case you know, it means that the contracts are just the losers pay the winners, right? These other contracts, if you take them to expiration, you got to deliver that oil, gold, or wheat, as it were. All right. Millions tick, 5 trades. Eddie's mom is back. That's what I'm calling Oedipus. And Apollo joins it. Okay.
Nice.
Ready for the last question here? You're 2 for 3.
I'm ready, Jack. I am.
I forget what this question is. Oh, no. I remember. It's a good one. A new single from this band ranked #1 for digital song sales this week, according to Billboard. Was it Imagine Dragons, The Killers, Coldplay, or The Beatles?
This week? This week? Was it Imagine Dragons?
I imagine not. It
Or
was
Coldplay.
The Beatles. The Beatles actually
Really?
released their last. Yes, they found. Yes, Now and Then by the Beatles is the last song they will ever release. Yes, the Beatles in 2023 took the #1 digital song sales.
Yeah, that was
big news story there.
that was not on my bingo card for today, Jack.
Yeah, it's good to see. I wonder where they're going. All right, bragging rights podium. Black Swan with the bronze, 5 trades with the silver. I cannot emphasize enough, this does not mean you won the prize. Our winner, Oedipus's mom.
Woo!
Good for Oedipus's mom. So today we're giving away, as I said, 10 50K combines. I'll announce the winners towards the end of group coaching. We got Eddie and Coach Jay, which is always a treat. So stick around, learn some knowledge. Alyssa, thanks for joining. All right.
Thank
we'll
you,
be
Jack.
right back. Yes, I was waiting for that. Thank you. We'll be right back with Eddie and Jay right after this break.
group here, because if not, you're not cool, right? Because we've got Jay with us here today. Jay, how are you?
Doing good, Eddie. How are you?
I'm pretty good, my friend. And you've got you've got a really good topic here today that I think most of us don't try to fix, don't see as part of a trade day. But I'll let you sort of introduce the topic.
Yeah. So what I wanted to talk about today is being a good loser and where that topic came from. I was talking to a couple of traders in Discord last week about taking losing trades and managing how we lose, and managing funded accounts and things like that. And I decided to listen to the book Best Loser Wins by Tom Hoag. I know we've talked about it a few times on this channel from the different coaches. I decided to listen to it again and try to apply some of that logic to my trades and how I coach traders this week. And it's important, right? I think it's important to define prior to putting on a trade how much we're going to allow the market to take from us. We can't, and Tom Hoag says it in the book, right? We can't determine how much we're going to make every day, right? The market is going to do what it needs to facilitate trade and facilitate business. So we can have an idea, right? I can put on a trade and say, hey, I think you could reach this target, but ultimately, if the market decides that it's not going to hit that target, then it's not going to, right? But what I can determine prior to putting on a trade, and what Hoag likes to focus on, is establishing exactly how much you're going to lose, how much you're going to let the market hurt you. And that's how you kind of establish consistency and longevity over time. So I want to talk about a few examples. I actually had a trader reach out to me with some stats on their funded account. And I just want to ask some questions to the chat, about your losing habits and how you go about them. I personally am not the best loser myself. It's something I struggle with, and I don't think it's innate, right? It's hard to accept being wrong, if you will. But I think a major focus in being a good loser is forgetting right and wrong, right? We're putting on ideas and we're allowing the market to kind of tell us the result from there.
Right. Real quick here before we sort of move on.
Yep.
We did see these markets take a dump real quick here.
Yeah.
Yesterday we did see the 10-year sort of give us another move, but here with the 30-year bonds, 30-year bond auction here was at 12 o'clock noon, and this is what we're seeing, the outcome from that. And 30-year bond auction, they had a previous of 4.837%, and the 30-year bond auction coming in today at 4.769%. So that's a 30-year bond auction. Gave a little scramble. Just a reminder, in about 45 minutes, we've got Mr. Powell speaking. All right, the second day. So just in case, be ready for anything. Sorry,
Yeah.
Jay. Just wanted to get that in there.
No, thanks for that, Eddie. I actually had someone in Discord ask what just happened and why we took that big dump. It's why it's important as traders to kind of know what's out there, right? We don't want to trade news, but we want to know potential catalysts for something like that, right? If you're in a trade here and you had no idea that bond auction was there, hopefully your trade was short, right? Because otherwise it's pretty hard to manage risk in that case.
Yes.
But if we can bring up the chart that I'm sharing, we'll start with that. I want to talk about a trade that I spoke with my traders in Discord about, a trade that I ultimately took a loss on, and what my thought process was, right? So I took two trades today on the NASDAQ, one long, one short. And you can see the long trade here. I got in at 15,382 with the thought process that I saw some buyers come in up here early around 15,430, and I wanted to take a long back up towards those buyers. So this trade here, did I know that the market was going to do this? No, we don't know anything for sure. But my hypothesis was that we test back up to where those buyers were, right? So 15,382 was my entry here. with about a 20-point stop, risking these lows. This is a minute chart. I don't normally trade on a minute chart, but we've been talking about volume and how that plays a factor into our trades. So looking at a 1 minute chart, risking these lows on the trade, and you can see where I got out. The second trade I took on the day, waited about an hour or so, and same kind of hypothesis here. We see some buyers come in 15,450. I know that we need a pullback, but with the amount of buying that I saw, I thought it was going to be a pretty quick pullback, and then we continue up above that 15,450, maybe targeting 15,500, right? So I'll zoom in just a little bit here so we can see what the trade was based on. So I've been kind of playing around with some entry criteria for a trade and looking for something like this, right? Where we see a volume spike, and then on this candle, you can see kind of where these fibs are set. It's just a 50, a 0, and a 100% on this candle here. It's not perfect. I kind of moved it around. But seeing this candle here push up, my thought process is, okay, we're going to continue up. As long as we hold this candle where this volume came in, then we're going to, go long. So where I want to enter is right around that 50%. So I took an entry here, and the trade initially was right? The idea was right. I got about 15 or so points in it, and I'm assessing the market, and not needing to panic. It's a trade I could have gotten out of, but I was considering this my last trade of the day. I knew where my risk was, and it's on the other side of this candle here, right? If this candle doesn't hold, then I'm looking for the market to break down.
Jay, what's the time frame on your chart?
Yeah, so these are minute candles, Eddie.
Okay.
These are candles. I normally use a 3 minute, but I've been I'm putting together a class about volume patterns on the minute chart. I know a lot of times people, we tend not to use the minute chart because there's a lot of noise, and I agree, right? But if we look at how these volume patterns happen, you can kind of see it here, right? This orange line is our average volume. When we're below that average line, the market is not moving more often than not. But when we're above it and we see some spikes above it, and I think I just lost my screen. I'll try to bring that back up. But when we see some spikes above that volume, then we are more likely to see the market moving.
Right.
I'll bring back up on tower. I don't know what just happened. That platform just crashed.
I tell you, me and Johnny Hoags, we see somebody trading NASDAQ that quick. I mean, I really don't. I got to give you credit for it. Maybe we're just getting too old, but he says heart palpitations.
Yeah.
I need glasses. I mean, it's just going too fast for me. But if it works for you, now remember this, folks. I mean, if something works for you, don't change it. All right. Obviously, Coach Jay has got a good grasp on what he's doing here, but do keep it until it doesn't.
And to be honest with you, Eddie, if I tried to make sense of every minute candle here, I would feel the same way. My heart wouldn't be in good condition either. And I don't think we need to, right? I think it's try to get, and even with this, right? I have time and sales up here. I have the DOM moving around. And if you're looking at it, it's flying around, right? If I tried to make sense of everything here, I would never be able to trade, right? I'm looking at a 1 minute chart because I'm trying to identify volume, but I'm not making 1 minute decisions, right? I'm trying to, like you can see this trade here. I was in this trade and it's a 15-minute trade, right? And then I'm not going to take another trade for almost an hour, right? So I think taking a higher time frame approach to a minute chart is the right way to do it, right? If you try to make sense of every candle, you're going to get lost. Back to the topic of being a good loser. I knew where my risk was set on this trade. I wanted to give back. I didn't want to give back much of my profit. This is showing as one contract. It was actually a 2-contract trade. So for this, I didn't want to give back more than 20% of what I already made on the day, right? So I set my risk here, allowed the market to do what it did. And if I'm going to be wrong, I want to be wrong. Now, why is it important to set a stop like this, not hold on too tight to a bias, and allow the market to tell me that I'm wrong? because we have potential for something like this to happen. Right now, if I hold on to that trade and I need to be right in this case, this movement here, honestly, before we even get this huge drop down, this move here blows my account, right? Where I can now reassess the market information, determine that the initial idea that I put on was wrong, and now I can take another trade, right? One of the traders actually asked, he's like, hey, you know, we're watching timing sales. We see some selling coming in. Does that change your trade idea? And it didn't ultimately. You know, I didn't see enough selling coming in at the time to make me want to get out of the trade, but it also was enough that I didn't want to move my stop, right? Because it could very quickly go in the wrong direction. And that's kind of what, you know, Hoag talks about in the book, right? Establish what that risk is and then allow the market to do what it needs to do. I think a lot of times we get into moving stops or adding to losing trades because we don't want to be wrong. And if I held on to not wanting to be wrong here, then I would have been very wrong and not able to kind of control that. Let me see if we have anything in the chat to start, and then I'll go to what a good loser looks like. I had a trader reach out to me in Discord about losing their funded account. And if you're watching this, I did see your DM in Discord. I read it. I will get back to you. But they reached out because they lost their funded account. I wanted some, you know, suggestions on how they can move forward. I'm not going to call it the trader's name, but it was probably, and the book is called Best Loser Wins, probably one of the best losers that I've seen since I've been coaching at Topstep. This trader was in a funded account for 50 days, right? And just hit a losing streak, right? Couldn't get a winning trade for 3 weeks, right? But they were actually able to trade for 50 days. How many of us can actually lose for that long, right? Now, unfortunately, they hit a bad streak and it happens. I wish the trader would have reached out a little bit earlier and we maybe would have been able to, you know, stop them from trading or say, hey, maybe you're not reading the market correctly, take a couple of days off and then come back to it. But one thing I saw in the report that it was very consistent, right? We want to see consistent equity curves to the upside for the most part, right? Because we want our traders doing well. But this trader lost the same amount of money every single day, right? And then they stopped, right? And it just happened that they hit a bad streak, but it was about 3 weeks. It was $350 they lost and they didn't take any more. How many of us can say that we lose that well, right? To me, what that looks like is planned losing. And then from a coaching perspective, it's a lot easier to help that person, right? Because they have it planned out already, right? You know exactly how much you're going to lose. Now we can figure out why your strategy might not be working or something like that. Other traders I've seen, you know, inconsistencies, right? You lose $1,000 and you lose $200, then you hit your daily max loss and things like that. It's not controlled, right? And it's a lot easier to blow accounts that way.
You know, Jay, I tell you, a lot of us, I tell you, when we do sort of blow an account, I mean, obviously it's not meant to be. Yep. You know, what we're seeing and what we're hoping is not what the market wants to do. And, you know, I got to bring this up again. When you find yourself in a position where things aren't working, yes, they're not working. Things aren't working. You know, what you're doing is you're just fighting. All right. And, you know, once again, I got to say, we come here as traders. Okay. If this is consistently happening throughout your trade day, don't be a warrior. We're not here to fight. We're here to trade. And you know, usually, I mean, you know, if you can't get what you want, the professional exit is to stop trading. Okay, that's what makes a professional a professional. And what a lot of us do, and we fall back on, is we're doing like that newbie thing, where, you know, got to get it back, or the market's going to turn my way. I know it is. I mean, sometimes it does, But most of the time, as far as my experience, I'm just digging the hole deeper, and I fall in that category. Guilty as charged.
Oh yeah.
You know, so
yeah,
good stuff,
absolutely. I see a comment in the chat, and Freddie says no winning trade for 3 weeks is crazy, and I agree. Right? How many of us? And like I said, I wish the trader would have reached out a little bit earlier so we could have tried to save the account. But how many of us could actually come back to the market for 3 weeks in a row, not win a trade, but still try to follow the same process, right? I think it would have been very easy for that trader after a week to just start hitting max loss days because, you know what, it just feels like nothing is working. So let me just try to throw something at a wall. They never abandoned the plan, right? Like I said, every losing day looked exactly the same. They never abandoned their plan. Now, it's just unfortunate that it didn't work out that way, but how many of us could actually do that? I think it's, like I said, I'll reach back out to that trader and kind of talk to them, talk through that. But that's exactly what we want it to look like, right? At any point, that streak could have gone the other way, but they allowed the opportunity for the account to kind of experience that drawdown, which I think is awesome. And Robert says that's the definition of a pro. I 100% agree. It's difficult, but that's what we want to try to get to. Let me read through the chat to see if we have anything else here. All right. One other thing I wanted to mention from Best Loser Wins, and I think Coach Paul is planning on doing a class in Discord about this book specifically, so I'll leave some of that to him. But I had asked this in the market recap that we did yesterday about visualization, right? And if we can put in the chat, and let's be somewhat reasonable with the number that we put in the chat, but just throw out a number for your TopStep account, for your funded account. What's a number that you've imagined hitting for a profit target in your account, right? Whether that be $1,000 for the day, whether it be $5,000, $10,000, whatever it is, $200. Just put that number in the chat, and then I want to talk about a little bit about visualization and how we might have to approach our trades with that. So if you could put some numbers in the chat. I know yesterday we had Coach Dakota in Discord. He said 150,000. He's trading with a different size than I can. So we got 1,200s,
250s,
500, 1,200s. Perfect.
4,000 for basement trader. Well, that's a big day.
Yeah,
you know, and the thing is, if you do, let's just say you have $1,000 goal for the day.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sometimes you're not going to make that. And my question to you is, are you sort of angry that you didn't hit that 1,000?
Right.
All right. What I suggest and what I used to suggest to my traders, I'm not going to tell you what your goals and your ideas should be. But if you've got something large, like $1,000 or 2,000, break it down. All right. For $1,000 trader, I'd say start targets at 250. All right.
Correct.
Once you hit that first one, good. Hit the second one, good. Hit the third one. All right. 3 out of 4 ain't bad. And think of it that way. Make it a positive thought, not where, damn, I didn't get my 1,000 today, but I made 750. It's a damn good day.
So, I saw someone in the chat. I think it's Michael Davis. Like to think in terms of points. I do as well. You know, we're using dollars right now just for this example, but thinking in points kind of takes the monetary focus out of it, right? Where we don't want to trade for, hey, I need to make X amount of dollars. You're just trading what the chart is saying, what the markets are saying, and not focusing so much on the money.
You know, Jan, the trading floor, that was common knowledge. You'd never say, hey, I'm up $2,500.
Yeah.
You'd tell them how many ticks you were up.
Yep.
Hey, I'm up 50 ticks. I'm up 75 ticks. And that's what your trade checker would tell you. You know, you're positive 85 ticks. They would let you know, but they would never say monetary. They were sort of like bad luck. On the trading floor.
And it makes sense too, right? Because someone who's trading 10 lots, right, or 50 lots, a $250 day to them, I mean, it's a winning day, right? But that's not what they're trading for, right? So it's all relative. It's all about how much you're trading, what your account size is, and things like that. But we saw a couple of numbers in the chat. We saw the 4,000, and I'm going to go with that 4,000 number. All right. We're looking at the NASDAQ, and what I want to do, and obviously we can break this up into different trades, right? There was opportunity to take this market short and then long. I think this is a great trading day. The market gave us opportunities on both sides, but let's just say that you are trading one side of the market, right? And I have this set to 2 lots right now. I'm going to move it to 1, right? Let's say we're trading 1 lot, right? And you want to make your $4,000, right? Now, a lot of the times with the visualization, I think we can think about what it might look like when we hit that big day, right? The $4,000 day and things like that. But what does that actually mean on a day-to-day basis with this market, right? Now, let's just say I caught the market at this low, right here, for a long trade and traded all the way up to here. Now, these numbers might be a little bit small, but this is from that low that I just marked out to this high. Let's say you caught the bottom and the top of the trade, which doesn't happen for me. I'm not this lucky, but that's a $2,000 trade, right? Now, we can all imagine, right? Oh man, I made $2,000. That's a great day. What I want to look at is how long that trade took, right? Now, we just talked about the trader who went on a 3-week losing streak, sticking with their plan. And a lot of traders said that would be hard to do. This was an hour-long trade, right, to make that $2,000, right? We have traders say all the time that, oh, I could have held the trade longer. There was so much more room left in it. But then we see trade reports where hold times aren't as long, right? Now, if you can imagine making $2,000 or $4,000 if we did that trade with 2 contracts, if you can imagine making that, can you also imagine and visualize sitting in a trade for an hour to hit that profit target? Right. And if you haven't, work on that, right? Practice that. And if you read the book Best Loser Wins, Hoag actually mentioned some of that, doing that visualization, because it's important, right? Sometimes there are opportunities and maybe you get this one, right? Maybe you get lucky and you can make your $2,000 in a minute, but this isn't a very repeatable pattern, right? And we try to trade patterns as much as possible. This is kind of guess and get lucky.
For
Coach, repeatable, go ahead.
Coach Jay, I was going to say, earlier today, I've been working on learning how to trade gold. And, I liked the position after we got above settlement. And basically it took off. Now, I made minimal. Actually, I made my comfort zone.
Okay.
Just a little over 300. And I was happy with that.
Yep.
But the thing is, I almost caught myself. I did catch myself almost saying, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Because it ran really nice. That 3 could have been 3,000. But the thing is, my mentality, my mindset got my target, and I was very happy with what I had.
Yep.
And I think that's what a lot of traders need to do. Take what the market gives you. Can't stress that point that much. And the thing is, I didn't get mad, didn't get pissed off. Like I said, I didn't do the woulda, coulda, shoulda. And then I was done for the day. And actually, to be totally honest with you, I shut down my platform after I made that decision. I just turned it off. I was done and went on with the broadcast.
Yeah. No, that I think that it's great to do that. I actually the trade that I showed that I took in the NASDAQ, similar thing. I was actually on a call with Coach Vince this morning. We were figuring out some things for Discord, and that initial trade I wanted to take, I saw the market go without me, and I said it on the call with Vince. I'm like, oh man, I missed that trade. I had the setup. Immediately after I said that, and if we can pull up the chart again, 10 a.m. Eastern, the market dumped immediately, right? So if I didn't have that trade planned out or a stop in right around here, right, this market pushed up. I was looking to take a long, and almost immediately we dropped. I looked at it as a missed opportunity as the market was going up, but then I understood that, if I didn't trade this properly, it could have very well been an opportunity for a loss. Reassess the markets. If I still agree with that trade idea, I'll just find another place to get in. No need to FOMO into this, especially if I was distracted by something else, being on another call. See if we have any questions in the chat. Eddie, you see anything in the YouTube chat?
I'm seeing comments. If you got any questions, what we're talking about, if you've got something where you're against the wall every now and then and not figuring out how to get past that. If you're having some bad trade days, let us know. Give us post those questions in the YouTube chat, and we'll see what we can do here.
Yep. And we did a class, and Coach Robert has a class tonight in Discord about establishing a trading plan. I think that establishing your losers, writing out exactly what it looks like you're going when you lose, is probably the most important part of a plan, right? We can talk about technical analysis, but everyone has a different style. No matter how you approach this game, right? No matter how you approach trading, managing your losses and being a good loser is key for everyone. I think I've heard traders say before they've had years where they made $1 million, but then they also lost $1 million, right? So you're pretty much flat at that point. So check the book out. I have the audiobook. I think I've listened to it maybe 5 or 6 times now, and I hear something different every time I listen to it, and can apply it to my day-to-day trading. I know a bunch of traders we mentioned in the chat, they said they've read it as well and kind of see an immediate impact. There are some things in the book I maybe don't agree with the adding to winning trades the way he might, but that's all up to your account size and risk management and things like that.
Mm-hmm. You gotta be systematic. You've gotta be hardcore when that soft core inside you sort of says, well, let's try this. Let's do this. It's like the devil on one side, the angel on the other shoulder. And you've got to, one thing too is, another thing too, that as you go through your trade day, don't say what's good for me. Say what's good for the account. What's good for the team. What's good for the company. All right. That's where you're going to make your best decisions. What's best for the big picture? I might feel good about getting a little revenge from the market, taking my money and getting it back. But the thing is, I'm going to feel worse if I just dig that hole even deeper. So think about it. It's going to save you a lot. It took me a while before I got in that groove, but it became habit. Okay. What's good for the account? All right, I want to put a trade in here and get that money back, but let me wait. It's not a good opportunity.
Yeah, I think what also helps, and like you said, Eddie, what's good for the account is taking yourself out of the equation, right? Where I can hold a bias, right? Like I said, I thought the market was going to go long here, but the market didn't. I say it all the time. It doesn't care what I want, right? The market has it doesn't know me. It truly doesn't care. So I need to. You can be mad at it. You can be happy. It does not care. It's doing what it needs to do to facilitate trade, and we have to follow that. That's about all I had on the topic of losing. If we have any questions in the chat about it, let us know. We can talk a little bit about what's kind of going on with the markets right now, and how I'm looking at this. What we do plan on doing in Discord is a few more live sessions during the market. I did one today where we kind of focus on tape reading. I know MP, he watches the DOM and he watches orders out here and how they get executed, how the market responds to these bigger orders. So I'll be doing a few more of those classes in Discord as well, if anyone is interested.
Sure. Everybody should be interested.
Yeah.
It's one thing we've got here is when we're done here with TopstepTV, our coaches are working really hard putting things together. Like at the buzzer, I got my little my alert on my phone. You guys are doing at the buzzer. You got something going on tonight, don't you?
Coach Robert does. He has he's doing a trading plan. So we have after buzzer at 4 Eastern. Coach Robert is doing a class about establishing a trading plan. That's at 6 Eastern. And then Coach Dakota is going to do 9 o'clock. But yeah, all good stuff. All good stuff. I think we got some announcements coming up here. Is that right?
Yes, we do. But before we get to those, I just got some questions that some of us traders need to ask ourselves each and every day. Number one question: do you accept losses as part of the game? All right, that's a question you got to ask yourself. The question about managing risk: do you manage risk the best you can? Do you keep emotions in check? All right. This is all going to go full circle to being a good loser, understanding that you have to. Do you learn from your losses? Are you taking those losing trades and breaking them down? What did I do wrong if I did anything wrong? Okay. Focus on the process, not the outcome. Right? Are you focusing on the outcome before you can focus on the process? And, the thing is also have realistic expectations.
For sure.
You got a big target. The day's kind of slow. Adjust to that. Another thing, what we're doing here right now, do you seek support? If you're spinning your wheels and not getting any movement or traction, are you reaching out? Hell, Topstep is here. You got the Discord. You got the coaches' channels. You can jump in a channel and say, "Hey, Coach Jay, I got a situation here." And by all means, folks, take breaks. All right, take breaks. These days are long, stressful. We're only human, so keep that in mind. So hopefully you can answer all those questions honestly. And you'll find yourself moving in the right direction. Now, Coach Jay, you said we got some announcements from, I think, Jack?
Yes.
Jack, are you with us?
I believe that I am.
Are you? I can hear you. Let's hope everybody else can hear you.
I think they can. Well, I just wanted to announce the winners today from Top Quiz. 50K Combine today. Good names on top here. Mixed Mustache. Little Crack Bunny. Joshua
Little Crack
Joel.
Bunny.
What's up? Sell-side Liquidity, Flying Mouse, Itty Bitty Bitty, Jim and Stuff, Topstep TV Rocks, like that, and T-Bone. So I got to create a code for these combines. So probably
congratulations.
this afternoon you will get that. So congratulations to everyone who played. And then we got Powell talking in 15 minutes. So
15.
See if there's any questions. I will leave you to your own devices.
All right.
Thanks, Jack.
All right. So I don't know, Jay, what do you think? Second day here with Powell. Yesterday we had sort of a little bump in the road, a little speed bump when he came on and talked. I don't know if he's got anything up his sleeve or down his pants here today, but in 15 minutes we're going to find out. Keep an eye on the market. So just a heads up, everybody. If you got a position on, you might want to rethink that. Remember, it's always safe. I mean, the thing is, best thing to do here is to
remember it's best to be flat and let the dust settle before putting a position on.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So
was that Morgan Freeman?
No. It was the guy from I don't want to say his name, but
okay.
I guess, yeah. I you know what? I guess we could stay on here another 15 minutes.
Yeah,
let's stay on and see what he's got to say.
If we can pull up my chart again, we're talking about missing trades. I'm looking at this one right now, and we can talk a little bit about how to enter, a market that you feel like, again, the move went without you. Right, we see this dump that the market took here. This was the bond auction. I was not in a position here, and we get what's this on the NASDAQ? We get a 100-point move in 5 minutes. Right now, can I anticipate that move? No. Do I want to chase it? No, I don't want to either. Right, I want to find a spot to potentially get in. Right now, this is something that I've been using as an entry criteria, and again. Futures trading has considerable risk. Please do not follow my trades. But this is something that I've been testing out as an entry criteria, right? Where we have this first big candle. This is on a minute chart. This first candle here, right? We see the volume pattern. I'll zoom out and we can see that was the highest volume of the day, pretty much to that point. We can see very low volume. Volume comes back in, the market starts to move. Right? I can't anticipate that. Maybe if I knew the bond auction was happening, I could have. But now, how do I interpret this information and try to find an area to take a trade? What I've been testing out, and I see it work a decent amount, so I'm going to keep using it, is using this, what I'm calling a trigger candle, right, where the market decides to go, and then setting fibs on either side of it. So you can see this 100%, 50%, and 0 at the top of the candle. I'll zoom in a little bit if that's a little hard to see. But then waiting for the market to retest that 50% of the candle, and then taking a trade in the direction that it initially broke. All right, so hopefully that makes sense so far. But we can see it here, right? The market breaks down. That's a 5-minute move, 100 points. I'm not able to catch that. But then we get a pull up to the 50% of this candle and a rejection. And where I would want to set my stop, ideally this candle isn't too large, but we have a 1 contract trade on right here. Where I would want to set my stop is on the other side of the trigger candle, right? So for this trade, it would be kind of expensive, $450 to get to the other side of it. But it's something to lean against in order to take a trade, right? So sometimes this candle's not as big, right? Sometimes this is a 20-point stop on the NASDAQ, which is a little cheaper, or 10-point stop. This is a 20-point stop here. But that right there is about a 40-point trade if you hold it. When you see the market go, don't think it went without you. Just try to find your place to get into it.
Right. Coach Jay, I got a couple questions here. Maybe you can help us out.
Sure.
Storm's asking, I keep holding too long. When I see something is starting to pause, I don't get out and I continue to hold. Then I go read. Still fighting that, Jay. Can't kick the bad habit.
All right, so Storm, what I would say to that is if you keep holding too long, it sounds like you might not be trading with a stop loss. Define what that loss is. Now, if you are setting a stop loss and you're holding long and the trade doesn't hit your stop loss, then trade with your plan, right? The trade that I took up here, I had a stop loss on, and it took a little while for me to get there. Right now,
right.
I wasn't timing this trade.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just going to let the market hit it. But if you're not if you're holding too long and you're not trading with a stop loss, first thing first, put a stop loss on your trades. That allows you to limit what you're going to lose, and then you can assess the market information to see whether or not it still supports your trade idea.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I would have. You have something, Eddie?
Yeah, I got something. I got another question. Okay. This one's from Phoenix Trader. How long do you stay in a trade that goes sideways once you get in, knowing that it's going to break in your direction? 5, 10, 15 minutes? Well, I mean, consider it. I'm not really looking. I myself do not have a time limit on trades. If I see somewhat of a profit, something that I am comfortable with, once again, being comfortable with it, I will take that profit. If I see the opportunity is still there, and I check, double check, triple check, just to make sure I'm just not throwing something against the wall, hoping it sticks. If that opportunity is there again, then I'll get back into the market. Otherwise, I'm taking my profit, I'm stepping back, and I'm letting the market develop. What's your take on that, Coach Jay?
It's funny. I actually had a trade like that yesterday. Right around this area, I got in long in the NASDAQ, but we were consolidating, and I said, you know what? I realized that I entered in the consolidation, right? It's a little bit different. Let's say I was already short from up here. We go short, and now the market's consolidating here, and it's waiting for information. I'm okay with holding on to that trade. If I realize that I entered here, the market, in my opinion, can break in either direction, right? So then I would get out, right, of this trade, because it can break either way, right? If a trade is in consolidation and it's already in my favor, then I'm just assessing the market to see whether or not it still agrees with my trade idea. it's a lot more comfortable to do that if I already have a trade in the profit. Ultimately, and the second part of that question was, you know that it's going to break in your direction. I would say that we don't know anything for sure. So I that 50-50 kind of chance, I wouldn't want to lean on that.
Yeah.
You can have an idea, but we don't know anything. I don't know anything.
Exactly. You get an idea. Okay. Like my sign, if you see it up above, it says, a fortune teller. We'd all love to be fortune tellers. And of course, you know that if you've watched enough movies where the fortune tellers at the circus and they pull out the cards and everything. And we're just trying to pick the right move during that time. And, we're never always going to be right. And it's just a matter of accepting that you're not going to be right all the time. And one of the things is I learned the hard way is don't sit in it. And what I mean by that is if you got a losing trade, obviously you put your stop in there. Stop is like free insurance. All right.
Yep.
You'd be silly not to drive your car without insurance. Okay. God forbid if something did happen. And the same thing goes with a stop. In case that market goes against you, it's going to get you out with a minimum or agreed loss that you're fine with. Okay. You don't put an order in without a stop, especially when that 30-year came out today. You got an order in, and you're long, and all of a sudden that comes in the NASDAQ, your account, you smoked, you're done, you're done for the day. And if it's your own personal account, my goodness, shame on you. But come on over, I'll make you some soup. Gosh.
Tomato or chicken noodle soup.
I tell you, when you're on the poor side, you're making newspaper soup. Grab a newspaper, boil some water, and you got newspaper soup. But you got to really be careful, like John says. Anything can happen. And I honestly didn't expect something that big. Like I said, I mentioned it earlier this morning. Hey, watch that 10-year because that was some of the big news that we had. This morning we're talking about that 10-year. A little better than expected. So, be ready for anything. And the best thing to do is, CYA, cover your butt. Always cover your butt, especially in this business. You don't want anything open that can sort of ruin your account, ruin your day, ruin your momentum, ruin your thought, ruin your mindset. And something like that just today, I bet you there's a few people that were not prepared. Absolutely. And really got hit. They got smoked on it.
You got a couple minutes to power starts. 5 minutes.
We got about 5 minutes here, and the thing is, he's not going to jump out and behind a tree and scare the market, but. We've just got to be ready for it. Now, this is his second day. I'm going to think that, if anything, he probably gave us the highlights of what he's talking about. I'm watching here, and for those in the room, too, I know we all have different sort of news outlets and what we watch, but let's all be together as a team. Anything that you sort of hear or anything, you just post it in the chat. And that's going to help everybody. Like today, when a 30-year bond came out, there was a good few handfuls of you traders sharing the reason why we moved 30-year bond auction. And I felt really good about that, seeing that people are jumping in and saying, hey, oh my God, what happened? What happened? Pay attention. All right, you should be watching that that economic calendar. And once again, our good friend from Unsolved Mysteries.
We have some very important numbers that are going to hit the wire. Check your trading platform for open orders.
It's giving us a good little clue there. So you got about 4 minutes here. And to be honest with you, I would be flat. Jay, you never know what he might say, check. I'm gonna mine. I was gonna say my platform's off. I haven't turned it on, and before I turned it off, I made sure I was flat. I double checked and I triple checked. Okay, I did triple check all the time. It's just a funky habit that I have.
Okay.
Check, double check, triple check.
Yeah, I hit the, I don't know if there's a button I hit more on my platform than the flatten all button. And that's because I've definitely left an order out there and then came back to a loss. So I probably hit that flatten all button maybe 500 times a day. That's not an exaggeration, right? I just want to make sure that I don't have a trade on some order that I left out there and forgot about it. I see a comment in the chat. I am a bad winner and a good loser. How do I change that? If you can clarify what you mean by being a bad winner, we might be able to help with that. But if you have the losing side covered, I think that's great. I think that's probably the more important side to cover first. So if you can kind of clarify what you mean by that, we may be able to help you out.
I don't know. Maybe my winnings aren't enough. When my winnings aren't making me happy, that's a greed factor. And that's got to be wiped. You got to get rid of that one for sure. Greed in this business is the killer. That is the complete killer on any aspect of trading. Getting greedy. Once again, whatever the market gives you, the market gives you, be happy with it, because that's all you can do. I mean, there's nobody that you can call. And bitch about the market not giving you what you wanted. I don't know if there is. Give me the phone number.
I see the follow up to that, and it's exactly what you said, Eddie. I take profits too early, cannot wait to get to the profit target. And I think I started this call with, right, we can't determine how much the market is going to give us, right? It's going to give you however much it needs to facilitate trade based on where you put your trade idea on. I like to, we make analogies and things like that all the time. A surfer, right? A surfer is going by what the ocean says, right? The surfers can't say, hey, I want a wave to be this big, right? No, you have to settle with what the ocean is going to give you and then ride that wave, right?
It's another good analogy. Take what the ocean gives you. You got some good analogies here, my friend.
If you try to force the ocean to give you a wave, we can imagine what happens there, right? So take what it is. And okay, so now a practical way, right? If you think there is more room left in your trade, right, while you're taking it off, what I would suggest, let's say you're trading with one mini, right? Wherever you decide to exit the trade, right? And it sounds like if you're exiting quote unquote early, it sounds like an exit because we're probably afraid to give profits back, right? Yeah. Exit the trade where you see fit, right? Let's say I want to exit right around here. If you're trading a mini, put one micro on, right? So you still have skin in the game. It's not going to take a bunch of your profit away from you. Put one micro on, and then you can determine whether or not it was worth it to stay in that trade for the extra profits, right? Because we talked about it before with the visualization. How many traders can actually sit in a trade for an hour to reach the profit target? It's very easy to look at a chart and say, oh, well, it went there over time, but we're not thinking about the hour that it took for it to get there, right? So put a micro on and go from there. And I think the news, Powell started speaking now, so we should start seeing some movement.
Yeah, we got 1 o'clock here right now. Watch these markets. If you do see something over the wire, post it as soon as you can. If you're not in a trade, okay, make sure if you are in a trade that you got your stop in there right now. I do see gold taking a dive here a little bit. We haven't seen this here since about 12 o'clock, which is an hour ago. So we're back to that level. Once again, NASDAQ here, we got a 15,322. S&P dropping all the way past the 4380s, 4373 half. So market's getting heavy here now with just him taking the podium. We'll watch this here. Let's see here. Anything that we've had, Powell, we are not confident that we have achieved such a stance. That's from the Wall Street Journal. Thank you, Ryan. So Powell is talking here, moving now. Yeah, the market. Well, see, that's just the thing. I mean, those that are watching the news knows that they know that something's coming up here, and if they can take advantage and get the market to move in their direction for them, they'll initiate a move before anything is said. When you've got 50, 100 traders thinking the same way, they can manipulate a movement until the majority kicks in. Everybody's sort of sitting on their hands and there's no volume here. And that's what we see a lot during the holidays. When we tell you don't trade on a holiday day, it's because obviously first the volume's not there. Not that many traders are there. And markets can slip like you would not believe. So you gotta be very careful. You gotta know all these things. Different situations, different, to be the same market that you look at every day. But today, is it going to sort of move the same way I expect it to move? Maybe not. Okay, so be careful. Topstep says, I believe they released the text in advance. Let me see if I can pull that up here.
A lot of nice selling there at 15,300 in the NASDAQ. Oh, wow. Look at the follow through kind of sell, right? We talked about volume patterns. I think this is my chart up here. Sorry, Eddie. But look, we're seeing this volume kind of continuation selling coming in under 300.
Moving low here, my goodness, Yeah, 15,300 breaking that.
Yeah, we sold. There was maybe like an 80 lot there. It sold to it pretty quick. We can see it right here. This 59 order sell here, and really nice continuation. So I'm very happy I did not hold this bias up here. Could have flipped short, but coulda, woulda.
Coulda, woulda. Yeah. But, give yourself situations, that's like driving on a highway. I watch the car in front of me. I don't want to rear end them, but I'm always looking ahead, maybe 100 yards, maybe 200 yards. When traffic's there, are they putting their brake lights on? Oh, look, 200 yards up ahead, I see brake lights. Even the wife does that. Oh, they're stopping up ahead,
yeah,
which is fine. Cover all aspects. Know or expect what's going to happen in the near future. Just be ready for it. And simple. I'm not getting any definitive comments from my source, but I'm sure that we've got some here. Powell not confident we've achieved stance, hit 2% inflation. Thank you, Ryan. What do you see, Jay?
So I pay attention to news. I don't trade it too often, but I want to show something. We were talking about it a little bit. I realized we may not be able to see it on my screen, so I'm going to drag this over. And I see something very interesting come up on the down right now for NQ. There's a 300 lot now sitting at 15,299.50. Right?
Really?
That much size below. Let me see if I can pull it over here.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So that much.
There it is.
That's probably that's probably the biggest order that I've seen in the NASDAQ in the last 2 weeks on the tape, right? Now, somebody coming in with that much size, they know that to fill that order, somebody has to sell 300 at that exact price.
Yeah, and that 17 lot below it is like, I ain't going to get hit.
Right. Yeah, they're just hiding behind it, right?
Like, oh, man, damn it.
Right.
Let's see, we're coming down to it. Oh, did it disappear?
No, it's still there. It's still there. Okay. So I watch these orders all the time, right? Because that might be somebody who's trying to support the market, because that's a huge lot size there, right? We need a big seller to come and take that out. I'm not going to do that with my funded account, right? I'm not taking that out. So I would be watching that if I'm trading the NASDAQ right now to see how we respond to that level. Yeah, it's still there. Oh, there we go. We just took it out.
All right. He pulled it, or did he get filled?
No, I got filled. You see this 245 lot here.
Oh, there it is.
It got filled.
Underdog. He didn't cancel it. So retail's in there, and the thing is, most likely, some other retail saw that. I mean, the 245 disappeared really quick.
Yeah.
So it had to be a bigger order to eat that one.
Right.
You know,
Yep.
there you go. And you know that's the thing they used to do on the trading floor. You know, the bigger players for trading off the desk were Goldman and Morgan. And they had a guy on the phone quoting the market from opening bell to closing bell. 55.60, 55.60, 200 260, 60s are trading, got 100 left. Buy them, buy them, buy them, buy them. The guy on the phone, you know, buy them, buy them, buy them. Oh, you got 48. You know, and they would do that all day long. And sometimes Morgan would be like, "Hey, I'm a quarter bid on 200." And then Goldman, the guy would look at Goldman guy, and he'd be like, "Okay, you know, you're quarter bid. I got 200 at 27. If we're going tick, 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 tick," and they would actually, you know, maybe the guy offering the 27 say, "Hit the quarters, hit the quarters." Sold. So okay, quarters trade 200 times, and then the guy in Goldman would be like, "You bought 25, you paid 25 on 200," and then the guy in Morgan would be like, "Hey, we sold him at a quarter." And they would, it wasn't necessarily, you know, everybody in the pit, but if they wanted them, they took them.
Right.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I've kind of been fascinated at looking at these at order flow and watching time and sales and kind of, you know, setting trade expectations for it. I'm not going to call out a trade here, but I am looking to take a trade based on how that order was filled.
Yeah. Well, we got through it. We did see that the market's gold right now. I think last time we hit this was just a little past, maybe about right before 10 o'clock. So we are seeing some lower lows here in the afternoon. And we knew something would happen. You know, they warned us, but we'll keep that open. Liza, I see you mentioned Ben Lichtenstein. What's up with that? He's a good friend of mine. With the flash crash, I remember him doing the flash crash. If you want to, it's on YouTube. And basically, what we would say when we're on the phones, how we would quote the market. You know, Ben was great at doing that. So, let's see. OD39 says, I remember Coach Jay would wait for the bounce after the order was filled and short there.
Correct. Yeah, that's how I would trade that. That order came in at 15,299.50. If I'm looking to go short, I don't want to be in front of that short seller, right? So I don't want to sell anywhere near that position, right? So right now I would be looking for a pull-up trade, which we're kind of getting right now, and seeing some buyers come in for that pull-up. I would potentially be looking for a long trade there. Now, the market is in a downtrend, and that the move started based on a big seller. So I would have to understand that if I'm going long here, it's counter what that bigger player is doing, right? So my expectations for the move can't be big, right? I would start with about 25 points from that order, and then go from there. If I continue to see buyers coming in, then that expectation increases. But based on that sell coming in, I wouldn't want to get short right away. We were calling it, not swimming in front of the shark. The shark clearly came out and clearly showed up and took out that 300 lot. Mm-hmm. I don't want to swim in front of them because then I'm food, right? If I got short here, I'm in the hole right now.
And I tell you, late in the day, being in the hole, that's going to put more pressure on you.
Right.
Vlad's asking, Rob Smith, he worked at the CBOE. Well, the thing is, Vlad, a lot of people knew a lot of people. I was on the floor for a very long time, and some of the people that I said hi to a lot were, I didn't really know their last names, or some of them, acquaintances, you didn't know their first name. You knew their badge or their nickname. We had most everybody had a nickname, or the acronym on the badge, and that's where Hoag got Hoag. He had the Hoag badge. So I mean, you got 5,000 people on the trading floor. I might have known them, I might not have known them. So, but anyway, Coach Jay, I think James and Jack want to put a knife in it, which means I think we're 11 minutes over. But I'm glad we got to stick around to find out what Mr. Powell is saying, and I don't think it's over yet. Roy Jenkins says not confident we've achieved stance, hit the 2% inflation. Mr. Powell, yeah, as we said before, but appreciate that, Roy. So I don't know, Coach Jay, any closing comments for our good friends and fellow traders?
Plan your losses, right? Plan out where trading kind of fits in your overall goals. But the most important part of that is planning how you lose. So check the book out, Best Loser Wins, if you haven't. If you have, I would suggest reading it or listening to it again, because like I said, you pull something different from it every time. And I'll always say, continue to ask for help if you need it. The best way to learn is to admit that you may not know something and need help with it. And we're all kind of here to do that. So lean on your resources, and we are here to help you out.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well said, my friend. And boy, I like that Coach Jay a lot. So if you need help, don't be shy. Don't be silly. Bottom line, don't be stupid. All right. You got Topstep here. You've got many coaches, many people. The thing is, too, I just want to say there's a lot of questions going through chat. And yes, we do miss some of them, and I apologize. Can't get to all of them, but we try to do our best. If your question's not answered, go to our Discord channel. So we just want to make sure that you understand what's going on. Well, Jay, we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be Friday. And just let me take a look and see what we've got on the menu. We've got Andre. It's going to be the Hoag, myself and Andre trading again. We'll have Mick with shoulder tap, and then I think we're going to end the day here with our top quiz with Jack and Danielle's going to be with us. Okay, good. That's the same Danielle that's in chat, answering all your questions that I miss. So, Jay, it's been a pleasure as always. I dig doing these with you guys. I got to give you guys a lot of props. You're taking care of a lot of people that need help, and to be honest with you, I tell you, Coach Jay gave me the topic, and I'm like, oh man, I'm the worst sore loser I know.
Yeah,
and just from him talking and explaining a few things, it sort of turns on a light bulb here and a light bulb there. And so I hope you understand that too. Don't let the market get the best of you. All right. Yeah. So we're going to get out of here. Let's see here. Jack, James, anything we should mention before we leave?
Well, I don't think so.
Okay.
All right.
Grandfather.
I
don't think so, Eddie.
Trey's blowing up my knee. Yeah, I was responding to emails. I just reached over to grab my mic real quick.
Okay. All right. So we'll be back here tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central Time. You guys and girls have a very healthy and safe evening. Remember, it's time for family now if you're logging off. But the markets haven't closed yet, and we'll catch you back here tomorrow. Coach Jay, take care, my friend.
All right, Eddie, you have a good one.
All right, take care.
No, that'll be all. Just be sure to lock the door behind you on your way out.
Good night.